Okay, so part two starts here. So if you've not seen part one, go watch part one. It's on my channel right now. So go and check out part one of this video. If you've not seen part one, before you proceed, make sure you've watched part one. Understand? So right now, here's part two. Welcome to part two. We are going to continue from where we stopped in part one. So let's go. Okay, guys. So right now it's time for us to start fetching real data on this website to get. So next, what we are going to work on, we are going to work on fetching the categories and then fetching our products. Understand? So back to the code now. I think it's it. I think this is it. So I'm going to go over to our API. I'm going to go over to our API.txt file. That's where we write the APIs, right? API.txt. Yeah, sorry, it's going to be in the lib folder. Here it is. Yeah, so I'm going to write a new function that will help us fetch the categories. Understand? I'm going to write a new function to help us fetch all the categories we have. So I'm going to open right now. I need to open our documentation. So you're going to see what we have there, the endpoints, and then we can start consuming the endpoints. Understand? So it's coming up. Okay, white C API. I think this is it. Let's see this. So scroll down now. So right now our aim is to get the categories. This is the endpoint. Right now we want to list all the product categories. There's the endpoints here. So back to our code now, and that should be so here now I'm going to add a new function. So I'm going to say export async. I hope I spelled async well. Async. Am I struggling to spell async? I think I was correct. Export async function. So I'm going to say get categories. I want to get all the categories we have, and we only have 5. They're not much. So so I'm right now. I'm going to say try. I'm going to use a try block, and I will say const response should be equal to. We're going to say await API dot get. Right. So remember, what's the endpoint again? So this is the endpoint. Category underscore list is the endpoint. So back here, I can just copy it back to our code. So we're going to say await API.get. Now pasting the endpoint. Then as I'm going to return, I'm going to say return response.data. So we're going to look. So we're going to watch out for any errors. Going to come over here and say catch. Going to put in the errors, and then it's going to be of type unknown, right? So so type of unknown, and then can just come over here and say if error is instance. If I'm getting it, if error, let's say if error instance of, that's it, instance of error. So we're going to throw a new error. We're going to say throw new error, and we'll say error.message. Else we're going to throw another else. If the error is not an actual error, we're going to just throw this other error, an unknown error occurred, right? So right now we've gotten our categories. Right now we've gotten our categories function done. So I'm going to work on the product quickly. Let's look. I'm going to just say export. Let's add the product quickly. I'm going to say export async get products. Right. So right now I'm going to just put in the try block. I'm going to say const response. I'm sure you guys are going to be used to this very soon. I'll say await API.get. So for the products now, let's check the endpoints. Get products. Where are you? Okay, here it is called product underscore. It's called product underscore list. I'll copy it now. Right, and then paste the endpoints here, and the same thing. I'm going to just copy this, guys. I'll copy this error message. Right. And then we're going to return the same rest. We're going to return the response of data. That's the flow, right? It's going to be called export async function, as function. So right now the function that's going to help us fetch our categories and also fetch the products is ready. You understand? So you might be wondering, where are we going to call these functions? Where are we going to call these two functions? Where we can call this function, we can go over to the home page. Here's the home page. Open your app folder, the page.cxs. We can call the function. We can call those two functions on the home page. Remember, because the category and the products, they are all on the home page. I can come over here and then call the two functions and then render the data. But there is one thing. There is something that is stopping me from doing that. And what was that thing? If I call the function on the home page, this whole page will have to load before the content can be rendered, before you can see the data that was returned. This whole page will have to reload. But I don't want that to happen. Why? Because this header, this hero you have here, this hero section that says find the perfect product, this container is a static. This container we have there is static. It is static, man. You understand? So it is meant to be visible all through the time, all throughout the project lifecycle. It's meant to be seen. You understand? So it's not meant to be, whenever we are trying to fetch for the category or for the products, we are not meant to affect this region, because what we have here is static. It is meant to be there throughout. The only part that is meant to load is this category section and the product section. But as for this hero section, it is meant to remain fixed there. You understand? So what I'm saying now is this: now if I call the functions in this page, in this home page, and to make sure the whole contents here goes blank while it is trying to fetch the categories and the products. Well, I don't want that. So I'm going to simply call these two functions individually. I'll call these get categories individually. I'll call products separately. I'll call them inside of their various sections. For example, now we have category section here, we have product section. So I'm going to call those functions inside of their individual sections and not together in this home page. So that's what we are going to do. So right now I'm going to go over to our category section. Open it right now. You can hold down your control and click on it. It's going to come up. So yeah, so here's our category section component. So it's high time we fetch our categories in this component. You understand? So right now we're going to call this function the get categories inside of this component, and this is how we are going to do it. So first thing first, this component is a server component. It is a server component, you get. So, and in a server component, we can call these functions in our server component, you get. So what we are going to do is we are going to simply add async. We are going to convert this component to an async function. Instead, we are going to come over here and just say const categories should be equal to, you're going to say await get categories. Instead, remember this is the function we defined in the api.txt file. Here's the function, right? So we've gotten the function now. So I'm going to just say I'm going to say console.log categories. I want to see what it looks like. So now to our browser, open down the console, inspect console, right? So right now, let's see what category says. You can see we have an array of 5. You can see we have this array that contains 5 objects. And so you can see we have this server tag here. This server tag means that this response here is coming from a server component. That's what this server tag means. So right now we have this array. This array contains 5 objects, right? So I'm going to open this array. So you can see now we have our categories. We have the categories objects here. So let's open the first one. You can see it has the properties of ID, the image, the name, and the slug. Understand? So right now, what I'm going to do now is this. Now I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this file type.txt. So this file is going to contain all our types. So I'm going to be writing all our TypeScript types in this file. So head over to your lib folder and create a new file called type.txt. I'm going to say type.txt. So right now I have to create a type for category. You understand? For category, I have to create a type for it. It's important. I'm going to say interface category is you have to create a type. You have to create a type. You have to create a type for it. Also for products. For almost everything here, you have to create types for them. It's important. So I'm going to say category interface category. So right now, these are the properties of category: the ID, the image, the name, and the slug. So over here, I'm going to say the ID. The ID is a number, right? The image is a string. The image is a string. What else do we have? ID, image, name, and slug. Can see only others are all string. Can see they are all enclosed in a double quote. That's a sign that they are strings. You get. So I'm gonna say ID, image, name, and slug. So let's add up the remaining. ID, image, name. Name is a string, and slug is also a string. I'll say slug should be a string. So right, I'm going to add the exports on this so that I can be able to import it in other files. I'm going to say export. So now we got our exports, we got our category type done. So back here, so right now I can simply right now I can see the categories now. The response that was returned to us is an array of different category objects, right? So now I can come over here. I can remove this console.log. We don't need. I can just comment it. So right now I'm gonna just simply map through this individual card. Understand? So each of this item is here, all this stuff. Right now this is a category card. So I'm gonna just simply map through it. Now I'm gonna just say categories. I'm gonna say categories dot map. So for each of the category now, I'm gonna call each of the individual category. I'm gonna call this cats. And it's gonna have a type of category. We already declared the type here, category. So I'm going to put in the type here, category. So I have to import it here. Click on this import. So right now I'll copy this now. So I'm going to simply generate more of this category card based on the number of categories we have in this array. So right now we are going to simply map through the categories array and then render out as many category card as we want, as we have to, right? So right now we have to pass cards. We have to pass this category object into this card, right? Cards, right? And then we have to also give this component a key prop. It's important. I'm going to say key should be equal to cat.id. It must always be unique, something unique now. So right now we are going to go over to the category card component and then accept this prop, this cat prop. So I'm going to just go down this and click on it. So right now we are in the category card now. I'm going to accept the prop now. Now call this cat. Remember his name is called cat. So right now we have to give this a type. So you have to give it its type, right? And remember we already have the type here, category. So over here I'll just say put another object. Now I'm going to say cat is of type category, right? So that's how we do it. It's of type category. Yeah. So right now we can now say for the name now we are going to just say right now this is the name now. This is the name of the name of the category. This is the name here. So right now I could just come over here and just say cat.name. Remember what we returned. Remember when I console the category the other time, I showed you the properties. It has the ID, the name, the image, and the slug. You understand? So that's that. Now so I'm going to say cat. You can see now it has given me the different properties of this object. That's thanks to TypeScript. So I'm going to say cat.name. So as for the image over here, we're going to replace what we have here now. Yep. So right now I'm going to say cat dot image, but we can't do this like this. We have to always append the backend URL to this cat dot image. We have to always append the backend URL, and currently our backend is currently on port. It's currently on port 8008. Currently I'm using the local URL. You can always use the live URL. I said it before. You can always use the live URL if you don't know Django. But if you know Django, you can stick with me. We're going to work everything. We're going to use a local environment for now. So right now, yeah. So we have to append the backend URL to this before the image can get displayed. So right now, I'm going to go over to our API.txt now, and I'll simply come up here. Right, here's our backend URL. I'll just copy this guy, Control C, and I'll create a new variable. We're going to say const base underscore URL should be equal to. I'll paste it. Yep. So now, and then I'm going to export it so that we can import it in. So we can import it in other files. I'm going to export it. So yep. So import this now. So back here. So instead of saying cat.image, first thing first, we're going to get our base URL. I'm going to right now. I have to use the template literals. Right now, say base underscore URL, and then over here we're going to just come over here and say cat dot image. Right, so we've got this now. Let's import base URL. Oh, click on it and then hold down control and period, and then you can see we have the import from here. It has been imported now. Yep, so now let's see what it looks like. Go over to the browser now, to the page now. Let's see what we have there. Scroll down, you can see now we have our different categories with the image and their names. We have the different categories now with the images and the names. That's perfect. So right now, while this has been, remember, before we have this content here, this before you see these categories here, it's going to take some time to fetch it, to fetch this data. It's going to take some time to fetch this data. So that time it takes, we want to display some loading indicator that something is fetching. You understand? Because right now this data you see here is coming from a it's coming from a backend that is somewhere else. So why the data is coming over here, it's going to take some time. So that time is going to take, we have to display a loader that tells us that something is fetching. You understand? So we're going to work on that next. So right now we're going to add our loader for this category session. So over to the shop is code now. I have it there. So I'm going to show what the loader looks like. The loader is a skeleton version of this card. You understand? It's going to be a skeleton. It's going to be a skeleton version of this category session. That's what it's going to be. So I have the code here. I don't have to write it from scratch. So I'm going to go over to the components folder, over to, I think, home. So you can see we have the category session skeleton. So I'll open the file now and I'll copy the contents of the code. So I'm going to create the same file over here. So I think I don't know where we're going to create this now. I'm going to create it. Let's do that in the home folder. I'm going to create a new file called category section skeleton .txx. Then over here I'll say RAFCE. So come on. So now I'll copy the contents of the shop its code. Simply just copy this. Then I'll paste it here. So you have to create another component called category card skeleton. So I'll create this one now. So this is just a skeleton version of the category card you have here. Instance, nothing serious. So right now, let's create a new folder. You might be asking, why is this done on the why am I creating this in the home folder? The home folder contains all the components on the home page, and these components I'm creating, they are all going to be shown on the home page. Hope you understand. So right now I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it category card skeleton .txx. So I'm going to say RAFCE. So right now I'll get the code from here. Category card skeleton. I'll copy this, and then over here I'll paste it here. So now over to category, over to the session skeleton. I think I can now import this. Hold can control and period. So have it imported. Yeah. So it has been imported up here. So now back to the page.cxs. This is where our page.cx. I'm going to close all the skeleton now. We are done with it, even the type. So back to our page now.cxs now. So over here, right now, I only want this two to load up. Only the category session to come up, to load up. You get. So I don't want to affect the hero because the hero is a static component. So over here, we have to use Suspense from React. I'm going to say Suspense. So now we have to hold down Control and period to import Suspense from React. Hold Control and period. Yeah, I can see it here. So we've imported Suspense now. So I'm going to put in this category session inside of Suspense. We are going to do the same thing for the product session, but it's not yet time. We'll get there. So and then right now I'm going to add a fallback UI, a fallback loader, and the fallback loader is simply what is going to get displayed when this data, when the data is when the data over here, this API is going to be called this function. So why it is getting called, we have to display a loading indicator that tells the user that something is fetching, something is about to get displayed. Understand? So we are going to simply, this fallback here is going to simply point down to the, it's going to point down to the category, it's going to point down to the category, right? Section skeleton, right? And then that's it. Okay, let me cover this. Click this and then hold down period, control and period. Click on it again. Yeah, you can see we have the add imports here. So now whenever we are trying to fetch, whenever we are trying to fetch the contents of our category session, this will be the fallback UI that gets displayed on the browser. Understand? So by doing this now, this hero is always going to be visible. It's not going to be, it's not going to get affected. You know, it is a static component, so it's not meant to be affected. It's meant to remain on the browser. So now refresh. You can see what we have there. You can see we have the loader there. You can see something is going on. You can see why that was going on. The hero session was not affected. The hero session was fine. Let's try it again. Let's try and see. You can see what we have there. The hero session is not affected. It's only the category session that was affected. That only showed the loader. So we're going to do the same thing for our products also. So let's head over to the product session now. So right now let's fetch let's fetch the product data. So we are going to go over to our code now. I'll close this, guys. So right now here's the product section. So click on it, hold down control and click on the components, and it's opened now. So we are going to convert this to an async function. I'm going to say async. Right over here, I'm going to say const products should be equal to await. I'm going to say get products, right? So we have to import get products now. We'll click on it and hold down control and period. So we are getting product. You can hear the import now. Click on it. Now we are getting products from here. Remember we declared get over here. This function we declared here. Yep. So we've gotten our get products over here. So I'm going to just say console.log products. Let's see what it looks like. I'm going to say console.log products. So over to the browser. Let's see. Refresh the page. Okay, now we've gotten it now. You can see we have an array with 20 objects, right? So I'm going to open it now. I'm going to open one of the products objects. And you can see the products consist of the ID, the name, the image, the name, the price, and the slug, right? So we have this is the first object. We have same for the other objects, the ID, the image, the name, the price, and the slug. So right now, back to Back to our code now. We're gonna create a type for that product now. Over here, open the type.cs file. I'm gonna come over here and say export interface. If you decide to use JavaScript, you won't have to do all these types, but with TypeScript you have to. I'm gonna say export interface product. The product has an ID which is a number. I think it has a name which is a string. It also has a slug that is a string. It has an image that is also a string. It has the price that should be in that is a number. So you have to, yeah, so right now we go to our product type now. So back here now, so I think I can comment this line out. And yeah, we're gonna simply do the same thing. This title, okay, no, that's not. So right now I'm gonna remove this once now. And then we're gonna simply map through the products card. We're gonna say products dot map. So I'm gonna pass in products, right? Then I'll copy this products card now. So you have to pass in the key. Let me remove this guy. Let's pass in the key. The key is meant to be something unique. I'm going to say products.id. So you have to give this a type. It's important now. Remember, it's going to be of the products. It's going to be of the products type. So I'm going to pass this as a prop over to this component. So let's import products from the type file from type.tx. Click on it and then hold down Control and period. Here it is. So right now we have to go into the products card component and then accept this products prop. So open this. So far I'm going to pass in the products prop, and yeah, I have to simply declare the I have to simply declare the type. Right now I'm going to say products is of type products. Get right? So you have to import products, put down control and period. Here is it now. Add import from the lib/tab/type file. So right now we have to display our products properties. For the image, remember we have to pass in the base URL first. I'm going to say base underscore URL, and then I'll say over here, I'm going to say products dot image. Right, so I hope we have this imported base URL. Click on it and hold down control and period. It's taking quite, yeah, here's the imports. So scroll down for the product name and the price. Over here, I'm going to say products dot name, and this will be the price. I'm going to say products dot price. So we've done this now. So I hope now we're going to see some dynamic product. We're going to see some dynamic data on the browser. So let's close this. Try an error. Okay, it's trying to close. Okay, now we have to remember we are trying right now. We are trying to display some images. So you have to go at the source the image is coming from. So we're going to go over to our next config file. Next config. Yeah, you next config.cs. So I'll just copy this and then duplicate it, and then this is going to be HTTP, and it's going to be coming from, this is the host name. Here it is. Now remove this now. Here's the host name, and I hope it works now to the browser. Refresh. So right now you can see now we have dynamic data on the page. We have different products on the page, right? So it's looking good, right? It's making sense. It's making sense now. So we're going to right now we have to do the same thing we did for category session. And then remember, whenever the content is being loaded, it's going to take some time. So you have to display a loader on the screen that tells the user that something is fetching, something is coming. You understand? So back here, I'm going to create a new. I'm going to come over. Let's see what I'm going to copy what I did in the Shopit code, my Shopit code, over to components, over to home. We have the product card skeleton, the product session skeleton. I'm going to copy the code now over here in the home folder. I'll create the same file, new file, product session skeleton, product session skeleton.txx. I'll say RAFCE. Then I'll paste the contents. Well, I'm going to paste what I copied. Yes, right now I'm going to create a product card skeleton. Create a new file, product card skeleton.txx. Now say RAFCE. Then I'll copy the contents of the product card skeleton. Let's get it. Here it is. Just copy this. Don't worry, I'll give you guys access to the source code. Remember, it's not free. So now back to the product, back to our product section skeleton. I have to import this. Control and period to have it imported. It has been imported now. So I'll close this. Close. And back to our API. Back to our page.cxs now. Come over here and I'm going to add the same suspense. I'm going to say suspense. The fallback now is going to say fallback should be equal to product section skeleton .txx. Sorry, no need for the .txx. Right, so copy this now. I'll paste it inside of the suspense. Let's import these components. It has to be a capital P. If I'm correct. Go down, control and period. Here's the import. It's done with the browser now. Let's just minimize this so you can see the loader. Refresh. You can see we have that loading. You can see the effect there. Beautiful, right? That's beautiful. That's cool, right? So that's how it's gonna look like. So perfect. So right now we're done with the home page now. So what's next? So let's go work on the category detail page. Understand? So we're going to work on that next. So before we work on that now, so I'm going to go over to let me just save this. I'm going to head over to our category card component. Here it is. So remember, this is the card. These individual boxes are the cards. So over here, I'm just going to wrap this in. I'm going to wrap this in a link component. I'm going to say import link. I'm going to wrap it inside of the link. So let's do that. So it's going to have href. Href should be pointing down to the categories detail parts. And what is that? Here it is. Now we are going to follow over here. Remember, to go over to categories, you have to be /categories. Then the slug. The slug is a random value, right? Then the slug. Then you can see the category detail page. You understand? That's what we did, right? So over here, we're going to use template literals. So you're going to then say categories / right now we're going to be using the category slug. So we're going to then say cat.slug, right? So I'm going to post this how it's going to be cat.slug. So you have to import link from next link. Click on it and hold on control and period. So you can have it imported from here is it now. Add import from next link. So now this should work. I hope so. I don't know why this. I don't know what this. Okay, back here. If you click on, okay, says link is not defined. Link is actually defined. So right now, this error message we are seeing, we are going to work on that error page. The error page is meant to be coming. Is meant to be coming from our own customized error page, not from Next.js's error page. You get so. Right now, click on any of this. You're going to get redirected to the categories detail page. So now let's wait for that. So right now we're having this error. It's coming. Let's check out the page, the category detail page. Yeah, here it is. So the error is because of this product card. It's called this is expecting some props. You understand? So it's expecting some props. You get so currently we have right now I'm going to just comment them out. When we are back here, everything's going to be fine again. So over here now, let's see what it looks like. If you refresh the page, it's currently trying to load up. I don't know why it takes this time. Let's just Ctrl C, close this guy, paste it here. Let's enter. Perfect. Now, so if I go back, you can see now. Don't worry. Remember, I had to comment out the product session. So now, yeah. So now, right now, it's time for us to work on the categories detail page. So we're going to work on that next. Okay. So right now, let's work on the category detail page. So everything on this page is dynamic. Everything is dynamic in a sense. So it's not like the home page where we have the static hero components. No, everything here is dynamic. So over here, I'm going to head over to the page now, and then I can simply call the functions. So currently, we are going to call the categories function to fetch all our categories. Understand? And then we're going to call the category function that's going to help us fetch individual category based on the slug we have here. You understand? So right now I'm going to write a new function over here. So this one is for getting all the categories. This other one is going to be for getting individual categories. It's going to say exports async function. I'll say get category. Get category. So this is going to be expecting a slug, and the slug is going to be of a type string, right? And then over here, I'm going to just put, I'm going to say the try catch. I'm going to say const response should be equal to await api.get, right? And let's check out the endpoint again to get an individual category. I think it's here, you can see it's here, category detail. You have to go down to categories, then the slug. So over here, I'm going to say api.get. Right now, we're going to use a template. We're going to use a template literal. So I'm going to say categories, and they're going to say / I'm going to say the slug. This is slug up here, right? So then we're going to say return response dot data. Then we'll just copy this error part, copy it. The same thing for all of them, the same thing. So now we've got our get category function done. So back to our category page, here it is. Let's call this one first, this get categories, so we can display all the buttons on the screen. So over here, I'll come over here and just say const categories. Remember, we've done this before on the home page. Const categories. This has to be async. You know, say const categories should be equal to, I'm going to say await get categories, right? Await get categories. Yep. So what we've done before, we've done this before several times. Yep. So right now, let's come over here and just say, let's say categories dot map. Now say category. Let's call this. You can call this cat. Is of type category. Remember, we already declared our type. It's of type category, right? And then we are going to just simply map through this category button. I'm going to give it this key prop. I'm going to say key should be equal to cat.id. I'm going to also pass in the cat as a prop. So I'm going to say cat should be equal to cat. Yep, so over to the category button, we have to receive the cat prop. So here we are, we have to receive it. And then we're going to say cat is of type category. Right, and over here, as for the image, remember we've done this before. Just put in the base URL. I'll say cat.image. So we have to import category, hold down control and period to have it imported. Okay, come on. Yeah, add it here. And let's ask for the base URL, hold down control and period. Yeah, click on this. So you should be the category. This is going to be cat.name. Cat.name. That's what it looks like. It says cannot read properties of undefined reading image. Head over to your page.txs. We have to remove this guy. This is the cause of the problem. Remove it. Back here. Refresh. Just copy this. Close this guy. Open a new tab and paste it. So right now we can see we have our different categories here. Perfect. Now, so what is the next step? What is the next phase? So yep. So what am I gonna do now? Next, now right now I want to enable us fetch the products, the products that falls under this category called clothings. Okay, so right now let's fetch the products under these clothing categories. Yep. So back to the categories. Back here now. Back to the categories page, the detail page of the category. Here's the detail page, right? So now we're going to be expecting. Remember, we have this clothing. This is a params. This is a param. So we have to get that clothing from the URL. And this is how we do it here. Come over here. We're going to pass in the params. Right now, we have to state the type of this params. I'm going to say params is of type slug. You might be wondering what is. You might be saying, how is this slug? So right now, I'm going to take the name. This dynamic name is stated here, like that is stated here, which is slug. This slug you see here is actually this value here, this clothing. That's what it is. So we're going to put it there. I'm going to say is a slug of type string. That's how it is. And over here, we're going to just put in the promise. That is how it's going to put in. I think they're going to wrap it and then add the promise here. Understand? So we've gotten it now. So to get the actual slug, now I'm going to say const. I'm going to use the name again. This slug, const slug, should be equal to, going to say await params. That's it. Await params. Now, so we're going to call this over to our API, api.txt file. Let me close this, guys. So here is the function get category, and it is expecting a slug. So I'm going to call this function over here. I'm going to say const category should be equal to await get category await get category. We're going to pass in the slug. Yeah. So let's import get category. Let's import get category. Yeah, here it is. So here is one thing now. So these two fetch now. So here is how it's going to happen. Before this get category function will be called, this one, the get categories must have been called. This one must have been first called before get category can be called. Understand? So it is sequential. So this one gets called first and then this one follows. But it is not meant to be so. Why? Because they are not the That's because they are not depending on each other, because they don't depend on each other. So this is not meant to wait for this one to be done before it gets called. No, they are meant to run in parallel together because they are not depending on each other. So how do we fix this now? How do we make sure that these two functions run at the same time? It's simple. Right now, I'm going to just say const, right? I'll just get this one, put it inside this array. Did I make a mistake? Copy categories, put it here, and also we are going to add category inside here. Then I'm going to say should be equal to await. I'm going to say promise dot all, and then we're going to add these two, and then get category. So now with this, the two functions will run at the same time. So they do, right now they don't have to wait for each other. They don't have to, you understand. So this one does not have to wait for this one to run first. No, they are going to run at the same time. You get, so they don't depend on each other. So they are free to run at the same time. Hope you understand. So right now we've gotten it now. So yeah, so we've gotten this now. So right now I'm going to say console.log category. Let me see. I'm going to say console. We are done with categories. We are done with it. That's for the buttons. So I'm going to say console.log. Let me spell that well. Category. Right, let's see what category looks like. So the browser. Refresh this. I don't know why Next.js need to fix this their HMR, the alt module reload. It's not super fast. So console. I want to see what the category looks like. The category object. Let me see what it looks like. Okay, here it is. Here's the object. It has the ID, the name, the image, the name, and then the product. The product is an array of the product's objects. So my main focus is this products. So you can see it's an array, right? Over here, what will I do? I'll just say const products should be equal to category dot products. Yep, so over here now I can now uncomment these guys. I only need one of it. So right now I'm going to just map through it. I'm going to say products dot map. Then I'm going to add individual products. Right, I'll just bring in this guy, these components. I'm going to pass in the key prop. Key should be equal to product.id. And then I'll pass in this as a prop. Yep. So right now I have to simply declare the type. This is a proof of type products. So over to our products card now. Let's see what we have there. Remember, we've already accepted this prop somewhere else on the home page. So right now we don't have to do any extra work. So open it right now. Let's open our products card now. We already accepted products from the home page, so everything should be fine. So back here now. So right now we have to add over here. This should be the category. Let me see if let's console it. It should be the category name. It should be the category's name. If I refresh this heading over here, let's see what it is. And that says the name is clothings, right? Yeah, so we have to add that here. Category dot clothings. So this should be fine now. So over here now, if you scroll down, right now you can see the categories that fall under. Let's see. What did I render there? category dot name, not clothings. All right, back here. Right now we're under the clothings category, right? So, and that matches here. One more thing, I want to also add a link tag to this stuff. I want to add a link to these buttons. Let me show you. Here's the button, category button. Where are you? Let's open the button again. Hold down control and click on this. I want to add, yeah, let's wrap this in a link tag. So I'll just copy this. Now add the href should be equal to this. I'll say categories / category. Adding the say category dot slug. Sorry, it's gonna be cat.slug. Sorry, cat.slug. So now through this, now we can let's import link control and period. So back here now, so if I click on any of this, page is still loading. Let's wait for it. So right now, if I click on any of this now, we're going to get redirected to the page. We're going to get redirected to that page. Right now, I'm going to click on food. Click on food. So right now we are displaying food now. If I click on toys, right now we have toys. If I click on books, now we have books. So one more thing now. So what I want to do now is this now. So whenever I click on any of this, I want the background color of the button to change. That shows that this button is currently the active button. Hope you understand. So that is super important. So let's work on that next. So right now let's add the active style on the button. If you're on food, the food button should have a background color of black and the text should be white. So let's work on that quickly. So right now we are going to go over to the category button components. And the components now, I want to know what the current URL path is saying. So how do we find out? Right? How do we know about that? So I'm going to come over here and say const. Let me just say const path name should be equal to. I'm going to say use path name. So this is path name now. So for you to use this, if you go down to the browser now, you try an error. It's trying to say that this can only be used in a client component, and currently this category button is a server component. So how do we convert this to a client component? It's simple. Over to the top now, we have to add the use client tag. Use client, and that should fix it. So this is going to help us get the current paths we are currently on, right? So and now I want to get. I'm going to say const button path btn path should be equal to the btn path is going to be equal to this. It's going to say categories. So right now here's the paths. This is the current path, category / food, right? For the button path is going to be categories, then / cat dot should be a template literal cat.slug. Understand? So this should be the button path, right? So right now I want to just see what the path name looks like. I'm going to say console.log. Let me just say path name, and I'll say path, then name. Right now I'm going to see what it looks like. I'm to be sure I'm not making any mistakes. It's the browser. Let's inspect. This is too big. Let me just reduce the size of this. Console. Let's see what we have. If you can see path name says categories. This is the path name, right? Categories then / food. So we are correct, making progress. The same thing we did here for the button path. So we are going to check now. If the path name and the button path are the same, simply style what? Simply style the button, give it a background color of black. So let's implement that. Okay, so right now this is the default style of the button. This cat bit here you see here is a custom CSS. If you go over to the global.css file, you're going to find where I define this cat.bcn. So right now this is our default style. And how do we and here is how we hold the default style. This is how we hold it. So we're just gonna wrap it here. And then we're gonna get this CN. This CN comes from Shadcn. Then we're gonna come over yes, Ctrl Z. And then we're gonna come over here and say if path name is equal to btn paths, if they are the same thing, then right now to simply just give the button a background color of black. Else, if it is not, right now I'm going to just go over to cat.btn now, over to my global.css file. Cat.btn, where are you? Here it is now. So I'll copy the styles for the background color. Here it is. Just copy this. Back here. And then I need to cut the style, not just copy. It should be removed. Cut, yep. So you should only up, yep. And then paste it here. So if the path name is not the same, so this will be the background color of our button. Else, if the path name matches, the background color should be black. Should be black straight up. So the same thing will come over here for the text. Here's the button text. I'll wrap this. Let's wrap this. I'm gonna then cover this in the brackets, and then gonna give it CN. Then over here, I'll copy this condition path name equal to paths. It's equal to button paths. I really hope you're understanding what I'm doing. I really hope you're understanding. So if the path name and the btn path are the same thing, so I want the text to be white. Well, I'm gonna say text white. Else the text should be black. Should be close to black. So I'll just cut this style and then I'll apply it here. That's it. And now let's import cn. Click on this and hold down control and period. Control and period. Here it is from lib.utils, and this lib.utils file came from Shadcn. Right, so that's it. Over here, you can see now. You can see it's already applying. We're currently on food. The food button has been marked active. I click on clothing. Now we're on clothing. It's been marked active, right? So this is working fine. One more thing, we have to add a loader whenever this page is fetching this content. We have to display something that yes, something is going on, that the content is being fetched. Understand? So I think I have the loading file in the Shopit code. Over to our app now, categories, then slug. Then here is the loading file. It's just a simple skeleton. Understand? So I'll just copy this. Copy. Over here, we're gonna add right now to display that loading, that loader, over to the category now. Here in the slug folder, I'm gonna create a new file called loading.cxx. Loading.cxx. This page I have here, okay. I'm gonna say RAFCE. Come on, enter, and now paste this content there. So it's just a simple skeleton, nothing serious, nothing out there. So now if I refresh this page now, you're going to see we have that loading sign that you see. Loading is going to pop up. It's not showing. Let's add refresh. You can see that's the loader I just pasted. Perfect, right? It looks good, right? So that's the loading, that's the loader, right? And I think we are done with this page. So one more thing now. So whenever category is working, click on it. You're gonna get taken to the category detail page. So right now, let's do something for the bots for our products. Whenever you click on them, you'll be taken over to the product detail page. So yep, so over to the products card that can be found in the that can be found where in the home folder. Yeah, products card, right? So I'm going to wrap this in a link tag. Link. Just copy this now over here and paste it. You're going to say href should be equal to. Then we'll say products. Sorry for the noise. Some dogs are barking outside. So sorry. I'm going to say products, and then we're going to say products dot slug. Right, let's import link. Click on it and hold down Control and period. So we've got link imported now. So remember, this products here is matching the name of the routes, this products, then the slug. Hope you understand. This is very, very important. Putting the / there. Very, very important. Right? If I click, go back here now. If I click on this now, click. Let's see what's going to take us to. So currently we're on the product detail page, but the contents are still dummy contents. So very soon we'll start fetching the actual contents for this page. So I've been having these two issues here. I've been neglecting it now. So right now this is coming from, it says in the HTML button cannot be the sender of button. Right, this is coming from, I think, from our modal. So over here, let's go down to the modal. UI components modal. It's from here. So you have a button here, and this dialog trigger is also a button. It's a button, right? It's a button you get. So and right now Next.js is saying that you cannot render a button inside of a button. So how do we avoid this now? I'll simply just put as child here. I'm going to say as child. By adding as child here, this dialog trigger seeks to exist. What is being rendered now is only this button. And now this button is now taking up the attributes and the styles and the functionalities of this dialog trigger. Right now, with this as child added to this dialog trigger, what is being rendered now is only the button, but the button still takes up the properties of this dialog trigger components. So now that's the function of this as child. So if I come back here, you can see the error is gone. It's gone, right? And that's perfect. There's one more thing I need to talk about. One more thing now for the categories now. So right now, whenever we click on this category, whenever we click on it now, any of it. Whenever I click on this thing now, a request is always sent to the endpoint to fetch these categories. A request is always sent, but it's not meant to be so, because this page you have here is almost the same. Like I'm trying to say, it's always going to return almost the same information all the time. So it's better we catch this page. It's better we have this page cached instead. So and how do we go up? How do we catch it? So we don't want to be sending requests all the time to the backend. Whenever I want to fetch the content of this page, you don't always be doing that, because it's not always effective. You get. So back to the page now, to the category page. There is something we call static params. So if I'm trying to go over to my categories page now. So right now I want to simply let Next.js know about all the slugs I have for my categories. I want to simply let Next.js know about it. If Next.js knows about all the slugs, it's going to be able to generate the pages, you understand, by itself, without having to send requests to the backend. You understand? So it's going to make this page super fast to fetch. You understand? Because it's going to have the pages cached. You get. So right now I want to give Next.js all the slugs value. This is how we do it. You're going to say export async function, generate static params. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to say const categories should be equal to await get categories, right? And now what am I going to do? I'm going to just say return categories dot map. I'm going to say cats as individual category, the individual ones, the each of the then I'm going to just say, then I'm going to return an object. I'm going to say it's going to be the slug. It's going to be equal to cats dot slug. So this is of type category. So remember, this slug here has to match the name of the dynamic folder you created. These dynamic parts. It has to match now. So right now, Next.js knows about all the category slug. So when it's time for us to deploy, Next.js is going to help us create all the pages for our category detail page. Remember, we are meant to have 5 pages. We have 5 categories here. We're meant to have 5 pages now. So whenever we try to access these pages, it's going to come super fast because the pages have been generated. So we don't have to send a request again to fetch the pages. No, the pages have been generated waiting for you to just come and access them. So that's the help of this generate static params. It helps to make your detail page blazingly fast. You understand? So I think we've made huge progress in this episode. I think now next we're going to work on the product detail page. Okay guys, so right now let's work on the product detail page. Instead, so I'm going to click on this product. So right now what you can see now is this. You can see we have some dummy data on this page. Instead, all the products are all having the same content right on the detail page. So right now we are going to start rendering dynamic data on the product detail page, and let's go do that right away. So back to our code now. So I'm going to go over to our API. I'm going to go over to our API.txt file, and the file is inside the lib folder. So we have a file called API.txt. Yep. So scroll down. We're going to write another function that's going to help us get the individual products. So I'm going to, okay, now let's do that right away. I'm going to come over here and say export const function. Oh no. Export const function. And I'm going to say get products. A single product. Now we're going to pass in the slug, the product slug, and that's going to be a string. It's a string, right? We're going to have our try block. We're going to say const response should be equal to, we're going to say this is going to be export, I think export async function, async. So I'm going to then say const response should be equal to await api.get. And the endpoint is, if I go out, let me check out our documentation. The endpoint should be, here's a product, so now it's called products, then slug, right? There's the endpoint. So over here, I'm going to pass in the products /slug. So right now I'm going to return, I'm going to say return response.data. For the catch, as for the error parts, we just copy this part. They are all going to be having the same catch block. So now we've got the function for getting our product ready. So where are we going to call this function? Where are we going to call this function? We're going to call the function in the product detail page. So over here, back to the app folder, open products, then slug. There is a file called page.cxx. Open the file. So we're going to call the function up here. So we're going to come over here and say async. So remember, we can get our params. Remember, right now over here, this is the params, right? So we can get the params by coming over here and adding params. And then we have to state the type, right? We're going to say params. and then over here we're gonna say params is an object with the key slug. Remember that slug comes from here. This dynamic value, that's a slug with a key slug, and slug is a string. So and then we are going to come over here and then put this in a we're going to put this in a promise. That is how it should be. Then come over here and say promise. Yep. So now that's it. And over here now to get the slug, come down here and just say const. Remember, params is going to be an object with the key of slug. So right now we're going to we're going to destructure the params. We're going to say const. We're going to say const. Then the curly braces. We're going to add in slug there. And it's going to come from await params. So now we're going to then call the function. We're going to say const product should be equal to await get products. So we have to import get products from the function from the api.txt file. Hold down control and period, click on it first. So it's not coming. You can see we have the add imports from the lib.api/api file. So I'm going to pass slug into the parentheses. So now we've gotten our product now. So now we're going to say console.log products. So right now we want to see what the product looks like. We want to see the object looks like. Console.log products. So now we're going to go over to the browser. And then first thing first, let's go back to the home page now. Let's go back to the home page. Let's enter. Right now we're on the home page now. I'll click on this first product, click on it. So now let's go down to the console. So right now we can see what we consoled here, this product. You can see it in our terminal. Here's the terminal, right? We can see we can see the products objects in the terminal. The reason why it is showing here is because this is a server component in instance, so it shows on the terminal by default. It also shows on the console. It instance, so and it also shows on the terminal you get. So right now here is what the product object looks like. That's an ID, the name, the description, the slug, the image, the price, and then we have the reviews. We have about 2 reviews. Then we have the product rating. Then we have the similar product. These are products that are related to this product. Instances to the product who clicks upon. You get, so these are, then we have the similar products instead. These are the similar products. And then we have the different rating, the number of people that give it the poor rating, we have the fair rating, the number of people that give it a fair rating. We have the good, the very good, and the excellent. So right now is for us to represent this data on this page, on this entire page, right? So now let's work on that now. So right now we have to go right now we have to go and work on the type, the product. We have to add the product type, you understand? So it's a long one. So we have to go work on the product type now. So we're gonna go over to our type.txt file. That can be found where in the lib folder, type.txt. So we're gonna call this product detail. We're gonna say export interface product detail. So right now I'm going to just copy the code from the Shopit code because I already declared the type there. It's a long one. So I'm going to explain what is going on. So I'll copy this now, copy this. I can just copy the entire, let me just copy from here, from user, then rating, then yeah, copy this back here. I'm going to explain what's going on. So now we have the ID. If you check what we have in the terminal, we have the ID, the name, the description. Those are all string. We have the slug, the image, the price. Then we have the reviews. The reviews is an array of objects. You understand? So what did I do? So I had to create a new type for review, and here's the review type, right? And then it contains the ID, the rating, the review, the created date, and the updated dates for the review instead. So, and we have all this stuff here, right? And then we have the user. The user is an object, right? It's an object. So let's see, we can open the user. Click on it. If you can open the user, okay, it's not opening. But if you go down to the console, you go down to the browser console. I'm going to show you what the user object looks like. Click on console. We have the, okay, you can see we have the same object in our console. So I'm going to show you what the user object looks like, or it's not being displayed on the terminal. So what do I have to do now? So let's open the object. So here's the user. The user is in the array. Is in the array. Is in the reviews array. So I'll open it now, and I'm looking for the user now. Let's open this. You can see the user now. This is the user. This is the user in the review. The user consists of the email, the first name, the ID, the last name, profile picture, and the username. These fields. And those are the fields that I also declared here. This user, you can see we have the user type here that consists of the ID, the email, the username, the first name, last name, right? So yeah, so then remember this review also has a user property. So this is the type of this user is this user object I declared up here. That's why I have to pass user here. You understand? As that's it for the review. So if you come over to the product detail type, I said that reviews is an array of review objects. So you can see if I said reviews should be pointing to the review array, an array of the review object. That was what's happening here. If we check here, we also have rating. Let's see, rating is also an object. It's an object. I have to also declare a type for rating, which is up here. And rating consists of the ID. It consists of the ID, the average rating, and the total reviews. And I have to then come over here and then put in the rating, right? And then we have the similar products. It's an array of products, right? So remember, we have the products type declared above, and then here it is. And over here, you have to just come here and say it should be where is it again? It should be the product array, right? And then we have the poor review, the fair review, the good review, the very good and excellent review. This simply points to the number of people that gave the products a 5-star, the 4-star, the 3-star. The 5-star is for the excellent review. The 4-star is very good. The 3-star is good. The fair is 2-star, and the poor is a single star. So these are the people that gave this. This is simply referring to the number of people that gave the different reviews. So right now we've got our products type done. So what's the next thing now? So back here, what do we have to do? So it's simple now. So we have to pass in this product as a slug, as a prop into the product info component. So come over here, copy it, just copy and then pass it here. Yep, so now we have to receive this prop in the product info component. Let's open it. I'll pass in the products now. Yep, it's passed here now. So what do? We have to then declare the type. Don't forget, they're going to say product. If you don't want to use this, if you don't want to do this type stuff, you can just stick with JavaScript when creating your next project, your Next.js project, right? But it's always recommended you use TypeScript alongside Next.js. So right now I'm going to say product should be the product detail type, product detail type, right? Yeah, click on it to import it. So now we've got that now. So remember, we're going to say come over here. Right now I want to pass in the product image. So it's simple. Come over here. Remember, passing the base URL first. Let's say base_URL, and then over here we're going to say products dot image. So it's meant to even suggest it for us. Just put in dot there. You can see all the types, all the properties now. That's because of TypeScript, and we want the image. Yep, so now we've got that. Now let's import base URL. Click on it, hold down Control and period. You add the import from here. So right now we're going to add the product name. So since we're using TypeScript, you don't have to just put in product then dots. It's going to suggest it for you. You're going to say product dots. Again, I'm going to go with the name of the product, right? So let me increase my screen brightness. It's looking quite dark. Okay. So let's put in the product's price here. I'm going to say product dots price. You don't have to pick price. And yes, there's going to be the description, the product description. I'm going to say product dots description. Come on. Yeah, click on it. So now we've got us now. So let's go over to the browser now. So I'm going to work on this error page. This is Next.js's error page. We are going to have our own custom error page. Now I'll work on that soon. Well, right now let's complete what we are doing. So I'll refresh this. Come on. So it's up now. You can see now we have the products, the actual picture of the product. This is the name, this is the price, this is the description. So if I click on a different product right now, let's click on this armored caterpillar. Click on it. Let's see what it is. You can see now it brought out the actual products. We have the actual picture here. So now it's getting, our detail page is getting dynamic gradually. So right now, let's render the star ratings. Let's render out the star rating statistics. Let's do that next. So we are back here now. That should be in the page now. Yeah, in the page.txt file. So over here. So how do we get this 5.0? That should be coming from where? That should be coming from the product.average rating. Right, so I'm not sure, but let's see. This is going to be the average rating. I think this is it here. Let's just check our type. Should be from rating. It's going to be coming from products.rating, then .average rating. Right, so let's do that right away. So back here should be here. So I'm going to just come over here and I can just come over here and just say const average rating should be equal to, now I'm going to say products. Remember, not all products is going to have a rating, not all products. So product then question mark, that's why I'm using the optional chaining dots. So not all products is going to have a rating. So I'm going to say product dots. I'm expecting it to suggest it for me, but it's not. Okay, I'm going to come over here and say I'm going to just add a type now, product detail with this now to help me with the suggestions. So right now let's try again. I'm going to say product then question mark dots. This is what we call optional chaining. So I'm going to say rating then dots average rating. So sometimes this value is going to be null, sometimes it's going to be undefined. That's because not all products will have a rating. Understand? Very likely not all products is going to have a rating. So if this value is null or undefined, I want to return 0. Then I'm going to use this operator. It's called null coalescing. So if the left hand side returns null or undefined, it's going to simply render the right hand side. Understand? So I'm going to return 0, right? So that's for the average rating. The other thing again I want to get is the number of reviews, right? This number of reviews. Now, how do we get that? Thing that can be gotten from the, if you just check this object that was returned there. To get the number of reviews, you have to go over to rating, product.rating, then total reviews. You can see this is how I got my average rating, products.rating, then average rating. And right now, not all products is going to have a review. Very, very likely. If you have up to 1,000 products in your database, not all of them is likely to have a review. So we have to always check out for those things. So let's come over here and just say const review. Actually, let me just do that under the average rating. I'll say const reviews counts should be equal to product, then dots common suggest dot rating, then dots, that should be total reviews. So if this is null or undefined, also return 0. This will always going to be important. So now back here now, as for this 5.0, it's going to be holding this value called average rating. Copy it. Then over here, we're going to replace this. I'm going to paste this now. So right now, I want this value to be in 1 decimal place. I'm going to say dot to fixed 1. So it's going to give us in 1 decimal place. Right. So now, as for this 10, now this 10 we have here is pointing down to the number of reviews. So I'm just going to copy this reviews count. Then I'll remove this 10 there and replace it with the reviews counts. So right now I want to show I want to say if reviews is more than if reviews is more than 1, I want to make sure it is saying reviews. If you only have 1 review, I want to make sure it is saying review, no X. So how do we do that? Is simple. So over here, I'll just come over here and say if reviews counts is less than, if it is less than 2, simply return review. I think review. If it is else, return reviews. So I think this should work. If it is less than, okay, I didn't add the question mark there. This should work now for our review. If you go down to the page now, you should have dynamic data now. Scroll down, it says 2 reviews. I think that might be true. 2 reviews. I think that is true. Right. So let's work on the stars. These stars now should actually represent this 4.5. So how do we make that possible? So I think these are the stars now. So right now, these stars now we have to map through them. I'm going to create an array up here. Now let me just come here and say const. Let me just say stars should be equal to, I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I'll come down here and just remove all this. I can just comment it out for now. And then I'll come over here and say stars dot smap, add in the star. Yeah, that's the individual stars, the individual items in the array. That's what the star represents. So adding the star there, and then I'm going to pass in this, copy the star now and paste it inside. So this is going to have a key. So I'm going to pass in the star as the key because the star, they are all unique. So, and then I think that's it now. So one more thing now. So if, see, here is it now. If this star, remember this star represents, if this star represents, the star represents the individual items in the array. Right, so I'm going to say if the star is less than, let's say the star, remember the star can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you understand? So if the star is less than the average rating, want to say if it is less than, if it is less than or equal to, want to simply color out the star, color them out, fill them with black colors. So I'm going to just come over here and just say, let me just say const star rating should be equal to, I'm going to just simply round down the value of average rating. I'm going to say maths.floor. I'm going to say average rating. So if the rating is, if it is, let's say now the average rating is 4.5. So we cannot color out 4.5 in these stars. So we can't color it for we can't color 4.5 there. So if the rating is 4.5, I'm going to simply round it down to 4. So I can color out only 4 stars. That's why I'm doing this. Right? So over here, I'm going to say each star. I'm going to copy this now. This is going to be this should be the default styling. We are going to use CN coming from Shadcn. Right, just so I'm gonna remove this fill black. So I'm gonna say if what have I done? So over here, I'll say okay, I'm gonna say if star is less than or equal to star rating. Remember we declare star rating on top. If it's less than or equal to star rating, give it this give the star this style fill black, else give it this other style here, the fill gray 100. So that's it now. So let's import CN, click on it and hold down control and period. So I think this should be fine, this should work. Go down to the browser, if you refresh. So everything seems to be working now. It's working. So don't worry, let's add up this progress bar. So here it says next the progress bar. You can see we have all this. So right now I want to pass in the actual values. This num rating. How do we get the ratings now? Over here, come here. And now what am I going to do? I'm going to just come over here and just say const. I'm going to say const poor rating, poor underscore rating should be equal to product dots. It's going to be called poor review. Then I'll come over here and say const fair underscore rating should be equal to product dot thing should be fair review. Then I'm going to add const good underscore rating should be equal to product dot good underscore review. So just is for me. I'll say const very good underscore rating should be equal to product that's very good review. And then we're gonna add the last one. We're gonna say const excellent underscore rating should be equal to product dot excellent underscore review. Didn't suggest it. Yep. So now that's what we need to do now. So for each of this, now I'm gonna pass, instead of having to pass in these static values, for excellent now, for the excellent progress bar, I'll copy this now, excellent rating. Now paste it here. The same applies to very good. Then replace those values there with this. The same applies to good rating. Then we have the fair rating. We also have the poor rating. So that should be 8 now. I think we should be done with this rating part. So now we can see now we have the values now. Right, so we have one person giving this a star rate, giving this a 5-star. We have another one person giving this a very good. Right, so and the total equals to 2 reviews. Right, and over here now you can see we have 4 stars colored. That's because we had to round down this 4.5 to 4. That's why we have 4 stars colored here. So right now it's time for us to list out the reviews. So now let's work on that next. Okay, so right now let's fetch out all the reviews this product has. This product has 2 reviews from here, 2. Now let's display those reviews over here quickly. So back here, So back to the products, back to this page now. Remember from what we have here, from the products object we have. So we have the yes, I think we have the reviews. It's an array of review objects, right? So to get the reviews now, come over here. I'll just say const reviews should be equal to products dot reviews. So reviews should suggest itself. Yeah, so here it is. So come over here now. First thing first, if there are no reviews, I don't want to show the review container at all. Right? I'll just come over here and just say if review.length, if reviews.length is equal to, if it is less than 1, don't show review. Okay, let me just say if it is greater than 0, that's when it should only show the review container. And mind you, the review container contains the review cards, right? And the review card is what is being displayed on the page here, right? So this guy, I don't know why Next.js needs to work on their HTML. It's not fast. I don't know why it's not giving the best experience. I don't know if it's just me that's experiencing this or my PC is not fast enough. So yeah, so now the review cards are inside of the review container. These are the review cards. So back here, yep, so I have to pass reviews as a prop into this. Then so over to review card container. So over here I have to receive the review. Remember, review is going to be of type review array. You understand? We're going to say reviews. Let me just paste it. So over here, let's declare the type. I'm going to say reviews should be of type review array. Remember, we have review declared in the type.txt file. Review array. Right. So now, right now, we have to map to the review cards. But before we do that, I want to display over here. I'm going to just say, let's say if review is less than 1, if it is less than 2, let's say if reviews.length, if reviews.length is less than 2, I'll just simply display review, else display reviews. So over here, I'm going to pass this 3. This 3 is going to be reviews.length. It's going to be reviews dot length. So right now, let's map to the review now. We're going to say reviews dot map. For each of the review, we want to simply render out this review card. So now I'm going to pass in, so for the key now, I'm going to say key should be equal to review.id. And I'm going to pass this review as a prop into the review card. So we're going to go into the review card now and receive the review prop. So now I'm going to receive the review prop now. I'm going to say review should be of type review. Yep. So now over here now, so one thing now, this span is the pen and the delete icon. So if a user is logged in and the user is a person that made the review, the user can always update or delete his review. So here's the pen icon. Let me show it to you. This is the icon. This okay, right now you can see we already have 2 reviews displaying. We have 2 reviews now. So I was right now I was referring to this icon. So this icon is only meant to display when the logged in user is the same person that has the review. if you're the owner of this review and you are logged in, you're going to see these two icons. This icons enables you to delete or update your review. So right now, how do we get to this? So right now, this span is going to be showed conditionally. It will be showed if the logged in user is the same person that has the review. You understand? So how do we do that? So we can't. So right now, we can come over here and call and check for the logged in user and check for it, but we can't do that, right? We can't do that here because over here very soon in the future, this is going to be a client component, so we can't do that here. So we have to do it in the review card container. So I'm going to check for the logged in user from this review card container, right? So let me just I didn't import review, click on it and then hold on control and period. So review card container now. So we're going to check in for the logged in user. We're going to convert this. So we're going to say async, and then we're going to say const session should be equal to await auth, right? So we have to import auth, control and period. So now we're going to get the log. Right now I want to get the user. I'm going to say const user. Remember this user. We're going to say session, then I'm going to use a question mark, then dot user. That's because we are not always going to have the user there. Sometimes the session is going to be undefined. Sometimes the session is going to be undefined. Sometimes when the user logs out, the session becomes null or undefined. So you can't say undefined.user. That's why I have to put in the question mark. And this is what we call optional chaining. With this now, there won't be any error. So I'm going to pass this user as a prop to the review card. So I'm going to call it logged in user. Logged in user should be equal to user. So that's the review card. I have to receive this prop. I'm going to say logged in user. I'm going to declare the type now. The type is going to come from NextAuth, right? It's going to come from NextAuth, which is user. And this user, let me just user, right? Here it is, user. And remember, logged in user can sometimes be undefined or null. I'm going to come over here and say undefined. If the user is logged out, I'm going to add undefined and also null. Yep, so that's how it should be. This is how it's meant to be. So this has been done now. What's the next step now? So I'm going to come over here and say if logged in user dot email. So here's a span. Sure, let's open it. I'm going to say if the logged in user, let me just copy it. If logged in user dot email it's not, if it is not equal to the review dot user dot email, it is not equal to it's email. So I'm going to say if logged in user dot email, or let me say I'm going to say if logged in user dot email is equal to review dot user dot email, show me those icons. So I'm going to put in the and here. So here's what I want to do. So I hope this should work. So right now I'm going to pass in, let's add in, yep. So I'm going to add in the optional chain in there because sometimes user might be logged out. So that's it. So now this is what we have to do. And let's refresh the page. So right now you can see now the icons have disappeared. That's because we don't even have a logged in user self. So the icon is not meant to be there at all. So you can see they are gone. So I'm going to display the username, the user's name, the picture, and the review. Let's display those quickly. So as for the Yep, so that has been done now. So as for this edited we have here, it's only going to be visible if the review updated time and the created time are not the same. Right? So I'm going to say review dot come on, yeah, dot created. So I'm going to say if review dot created is equal to review, or yeah, if they are the same, dot updated. I want to simply just say, okay, now, so if this is true, this part will be neglected. Understand? The right part will be neglected. That's what I just did. So I was expecting to see this guy disappear. But don't worry, I hope it's going to disappear soon. Okay, you can see now it's gone. That's because it has not yet been edited. So right now I want to know how long this review has been created. Was it 1 week ago? Was it 2 days ago? So from the time the review was created now, so how to go about it? So I have a function. There's a function I have here that will help with that. Let me copy the function. It's called time ago. So I'll copy this function. Copy. Now paste it in my utils.py file. And the utils.py file is inside of the lib folder. So I'll paste the function here. So now, yeah, so this function is going to help me convert the time, the created and the updated time to how long the review has been created. Understand? So back here, instead of having this now, just come over here and just call that function. It's called time ago. I'm going to say time ago. Now pass in review dot updated. I want to use the updated field. Yeah, review dot updated. Yeah, time ago. I need to. Would that even import it? It's not even showing any error. So click on it and then hold down Control and period to import time ago from the utils function. So that's what we need to do, and that should cover up. If you refresh the page now, it's going to tell you how long that review has been created. You understand? So back here now for the image now. So let's add the image now. So it's going to be dynamic. Remember the review now as the review as a user object. I'm going to say if review dot user dot if the review dot user dot profile picture URL, if this exists, I want to simply render out. What am I going to do now? If I'm correct, I want to simply use this as a profile picture. So this is a profile picture. This profile picture is a link. It is not an actual image, so I don't have to append the base URL. So if this is true now, let me just review.user that's profile. Yeah, if it is true, then we're going to render. We have to display the link. See, that's if the user has a profile picture. If not, we are going to stick with the default profile picture. So that's what I did there. That's it now. So far, let's add the user's name. Their name now. I'm going to say review.user. Ouch, my PC is down. Come over and say review.user dot first name. The same thing will be done for the last name. Just copy this. Review.user dot last name. So we've got that already. So let's see what we have, and then let's add the review itself, the review message. Let's say review dots review, and now as for the star rating, the star we have here. So we're going to do the same thing we did previously. So we have our star array. So over here, what are we going to do? Okay, so right now for the star rating now we're going to do the same thing we've been doing previously. I'm going to come over here now. I'm going to put this in a, let's wrap this in curly braces. So you're going to call the cn again. Over here, I'm going to say if, if star, if the star is less than, remember the star is the individual items in the star array. We have a star array up here. So if the star is less than, if it is less than or equal to review dot rating, if it is less than or equal to review dot rating, let's say the star, let's say we are currently on the third star and the review rating is 4. Or let's say if it is less than or equal to, we want to just simply star out those stars. We want to simply just color them black. So over here, I'm going to just add this. If this is true, give it a fill of black. Right? I'll just copy this. Else null. Nothing will be added there. Right? So that's all I need to do there. So you have to import cn, control and period. This should fix, I think, back here. cn is defined. So now I think we are like done with the reviews. Okay, you can see now we have right now this user has a profile picture. You can see the actual right now. You can see the actual profile picture here. And this is a default. This right now this user okay does not have a profile picture. That we have to use a default. And you can see that this review was created 10 hours ago. 10 hours ago, right? So that's how it is meant to be. Our review is looking good. So what is it now? So right now I want to make sure this review, you might have a lot of it. I want to add like a collapse, whereby by default you're going to see only the first review. So if you click on that collapse icon, you're going to see the other reviews. We have that component in Shadcn. Let's go over to Shadcn and let's Shadcn UI. Click on the first link. Let me show you how it works. So click on components. So let's look for, it's called Collapsible. Here it is. So yeah, right now I want to integrate something like this for the reviews. So we're going to work on that next. Okay, so before we proceed with this, I have to correct something. I made a mistake here in the review card. I have to remove this fill black from here. It's not meant to be there also, because currently this is meant to be a 4. It's not meant to be there. This is meant to be a 4-star rating. One of this is a 4-star. It's a 4-star rate, not 5. Yep. So yeah, these are, so it's correct now. So back here now, I want to use this now, this component in our project. So I'm going to show you how we're going to use this. So if by default it shows only the first, it shows the first item, and then we click on it, it shows the remaining 2. So let's use this for displaying the review card. Instead, we don't want to display all about 20 cards on this page like that. Once we want to be able to collapse them and then collapse and uncollapse, if that is correct to get. So how do we go about it now? So let's install this command. Copy back to your component back here. Let's open a new command prompt. I'll paste this, enter. Let's wait for it to complete installing. So I'm going to use the use legacy pair depths. It's enter. So it's going to install that now. So over to my code now. I'm going to create a new file, a new component in the components folder. Over to the UI components. So over here, I'm going to just create. I'm going to call it collapse. There's UI components. New file. Call it collapse.txx. So I'm going to say RAFCE. So I'll copy the code now. I think here's the code. Copy it. Okay, it's called Collapsible from here. Okay, let's leave the name Collapsible demo. So now we have to also import. Let's also install button. So I'm going to duplicate this tab. Duplicate. Now let's look up button. We have to also import button. Install button. We'll copy this. So paste this here and hit enter. So because over here button is required, right? So now come on. So we're gonna go with the same. I think is so now. Yeah. So now let's concentrate on this now. So over here, this collapsible demo. I'm gonna go. We have to bring it over to our review container. This collapsible demo. We're gonna bring it over here in this review container. So I'm gonna say collapsible. Yeah, I think there's it. Where is it coming from? UI comp. Yeah, here is it here. So now, yep. So as for this, our H4, this H4 we have here. Back to the collapsible demo. Let's see what we have there. So we have this H4. That's what we have up here. Okay, don't worry, we already have it on our project. Let's see what it looks like. It's not visible yet. Okay, nothing is not. I know why it's not visible. It's not visible yet. So right now, this H4 you see here, I think why is it not visible? It's meant to be visible at least. I meant to see this. Should I reload the page? Okay, yeah, here it is. So we got this already. Perfect. Now, so right now I'm going to replace this now. This heading. So right now, I need it to take up the full width of the screen, not this width here. So first thing first, I'm going to remove it. Has a width here. Remove the width. We don't need that width there. So I'm going to bring my H4 from the review card container. I'll copy this H4. Copy over to collapse, and then replace what we have here with it. So it's asking for the reviews and reviews length. So we are going to be receiving this as a prop. We're going to say reviews should be a prop, and it's going to be of reviews type review. These are going to be an array. Right, so we've got the review up here already. So as for the content, right now, here's a trigger. This is a trigger over here. That's icon that triggers it. So right now, I don't need. Okay, we are going to leave this for now. This part will come back to it. Now, as for the content of the this collapsible content, once we remove the divs that are inside, remove it. Yeah, so it has been removed, right? So now we're going to bring this. Copy, bring this inside here. Yep, so you have to import review card, control and period. And this logged in user, I think we have to pass this here as a prop too. Over here, it's going to be of type user from NextAuth, and it's also going to be of undefined and null. So over here, we're going to pass logged in user here. Yep, so we've got all this now. It's looking like it should work. Back to our review card container, we have to pass those props. We have to pass reviews equal to reviews. And now we're going to get you can see we have reviews up here, so it has been passed over here. We have to also pass the logged in user. I'm going to say logged in user should be equal to this user. So over to our collapsible demo, which is here. We got logged in user. Right, Yep, so everything should be fine now. It should be fine. To the browser. Yep, you can see we have this now. Click. You can see we have our reviews showing. Right now, I want to replace. Let's comment out the one we have there before. This, comment it out. Okay, now let's see what it looks like. So right now, if you click on it, you can see we have our reviews now. You click, click, click. So you come back here now, you see something. Right now, we have this first one. Click on it. Then we have two more added. So the first one is there by default. The first one is always there by default, right? And then the other two get displayed if you click on the toggle. But right now, it's not the same. Right now, let's get the first review up here. We're going to replace this with the first review. So let's do that over here. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to copy this review card. Right, so that's it now. Review card now. So now, right now, I'm going to get the first reviews. No, we have an array of reviews. I'm going to say I'm going to say reviews, then square bracket 0 dot id. The same thing's going to be the same. Reviews square bracket 0. I think this should reviews square bracket 0. I think this should fix it. So let's see what we have there. Refresh. Come on, back here. You can see we have the first review there. The first one. Click on it. Click on this. You can see now show, but now we're having duplicates. Understand? So now what we are going to do is this now. This one we have here is only going to be there if this value is false. That's when this review will only be visible. So I'm going to say if it's open. Oh no, it's called is open. If it's open, it's false. So yeah, so that's when we are going to only see this default review card up here. That's how it is meant to be. So click, it goes away. Click, you can see we still have, they still remain two. So the toggle is working very fine now. So yep, so that's it. So we are done with that part now. So good. So right now, let's display out all the products similar to this products. Let's display them here. So right now, let's work on rendering out the product similar to this one. So back here, over to the page now. Here's the page. So we have if you check the array, if we check what was returned, the response that was returned, I think we have a field called similar products. It's an array of products, right? You can see them here. It's an array of products, right? So we'll come over here and just here, I'm thinking of what to call it. I'll just come over here and just say const similar products. It should be equal to products dot similar products. So I'm going to pass this similar product as a prop down here to product session. It's going to be products equal to similar products. So back to the product session now. Here we are. So I have to pass in the prop there. It's called products. Product, right? And over here, I'm going to add a type. I'm going to say products should be what? An array. Going to be an array of the products objects. Yep. So I think I need to call this should be called. So you can see there's a name clash. So there's a name clash between these two. So I'm gonna call the similar product. Let me just call it similar products, not products. So over here to the product session, let's call it similar products to avoid the name clash. Yep. So one more thing you can see now. We already have products. This product we have here is what we have. What is this? This is all the products in our database. This is what we have on the home page. Right now, we're having another similar products for the detail page. How do we pass this over here? That's a question we have to do. So, this is how we do it now. This is how we do it here. I'm going to pass a prop here. I'm going to pass a prop here called detail page. It can be called anything. I'm going to say detail page. So like this now, detail page is true. It is a boolean value. It has a boolean value of true. I'll copy it. I'm back to the product session now. We have to pass that prop here. It's going to be an optional prop that is not compulsory. It's going to be of a boolean value, right? So I'll have to pass it here too. So I'll say if this detail page is true, if it is true over here, if it is true, I want to simply return similar products. Else, we're going to call the get products function. Hope you understand. So this should fix it. So to the browser, that's what we have there. So right now we now have similar products to what we have here, because these are all edible items, right? So if I go down to the home page, let's go down to the home page and pick a different product. You can see that loading spinner that was there. That loader is just beautiful, right? Click on this shirt. Let's see. Let's scroll down. It has no reviews yet. So we have our similar product, right? So everything is fine now on the product detail page. So see you. So next now we're going to work on adding reviews. So see you in the next episode. So okay guys, right now it's time for us to work on adding reviews to our product to get. So I'm going to click on this right now. Click on this strawberry. Click on it and let's. So right now we're on the detail page, right? So to add the review, click on this button and then you can give it a star rating and then drop your review and click on the button, and that's it. You add a review straight up. So we're going to work on this feature in this episode. But before that, I did not add a loader for this page. Let's say you're coming from the home page. You get, so if I click on the products now, click on it. There is no loader. So if we refresh this page now, let's refresh the page to see. You can say we have to add a loader, something that loads. That right now I'm gonna copy the code for the loader from the Shopit code. Says it's gonna be products, and there is a file called loading.cxs. I'll copy the contents of this file. Let's copy this. This is just a basic placeholder that tells you that that shows you that the page is loading. So I've copied it now. So right now we're going to add a loader here. Go over to products, then over to slug. We're going to create a new file called loading.cxx. And I'm going to say RAFCE. Come on. Yep. So I'll paste this line inside. Paste the code I copied inside the return. There we go. So once I come back here and I refresh this page, we're gonna see a loader. Let's try refreshing. That's what it looks like. It might not show now, but you're definitely gonna see it. You're gonna definitely see a loading event when it's trying to fetch the content of this page, right? So I just copy this. No, why it's taking time. Copy. Let's go to a private tab, a new private window. Paste. You can see this. You can see the loader, right? This is it, right? You can see that it's trying to load up some data, so you can see that's how it's meant to be. Okay, so that done now. So right now, let's go add some reviews to our product instead. So for you to add a review, we are going to check the backend, the e-commerce API. Don't worry, we are going to. So if I already covered this backend in the last video, you understand? I covered in the last video on the channel before this one. I showed you guys how to build the REST API using Django. You get. So if you want to know how I did it, just go watch the video. You get. So right now, to add a review, what do you need? You need to pass the product ID, the email of the email of the user making the review. That's a logged in user, right? If you're not logged in, you cannot make it. We can't have the review. Then we are going to pass in the review rating. That's the number of star rating you give it. You understand? This right now. This is the rating. This star, and then what else are we going to add? We are going to pass the review text itself. You get. So we are going to work on that quickly. But before you add a review, you must be logged in. You understand? So right now you can see it says here click to add a review. You understand? So if you're not logged in, it's meant to show you log in to add a review. So let's work on this button. So that should be on the button is on the page. Go over to slug, click on page.txx. So this is the button, this modal. You understand? So what are we going to do? So right now we're going to do this now. So we are going to check if the user is logged in. We are going to show this modal. This modal you see here. This is what we have here. This modal. This modal is where the button. This button you see here. This button is the modal. You click on the button, the modal shows up, right? So if you're logged in, we are going to show this button. But if you are not logged in, we're going to show a different button. So we're going to do it like this. So this button, you can see we have this modal over here. So there is the modal components. Open it. You can see this is where the button is coming from. That triggers the modal. That triggers the modal. So I'll copy the button. This button you see is a custom component we created back some episode back. You understand? So I'll copy this button now. Where have I copied it? Just Ctrl C. Copy now. So back here. So we're gonna check for the logged in user. So over here, we're gonna just come over here and say let's do that at the bottom, I think. So I'm going to say concession should be equal to await auth, right? So now I'm going to say const, I think I'm going to say auth user. Let's just say auth user. That's a logged in user. Let's call it logged in user. Should be equal to session. Then we're going to use a question mark dot user, right? So we've got that. So let's import auth. Click on it and hold down control and period. Come on. Yeah, add the import from here. So you've got the logged in user. The logged in user can be undefined, or it can be a user object. Understand? So if it is undefined, it means the user is not logged in. But if it is an actual user, it means the user is logged in. So I'll copy this. So you have logged in user there now. So back here, yeah. So I'll come over here and just say if logged in user, display the modal, else, sorry, should be inside. So I'm going to say else display the button. Yeah, this button we have here. I'll simply convert this to a link. Let's use a link now, so it can redirect the user to the home page. Link, right? And then I'm going to change this to login, or let's say sign in to add a review. And we have to add the href. That's going to point down to the sign in page. Understand? And then we have to import link. Hold down control and period. Click on link. It should coming from next link. I don't know, sometimes it takes time to respond. Control period. Yeah, here is it now. Add import from next link. So if you're not logged in, you're gonna see the link, this link here, to log you in, else you're gonna see the modal. So back here, what do we have? Come on. Okay, you can see now we are not logged in, right? You can see we're not logged in, and it says here sign in to have a review. Click on it. Let's see. And here we are on the sign in page. You get so perfect now. So back to the review page, back to the product page now. So yeah, so we want to add the review. To add the review from the backend API, you have to pass the product ID, the email, the rating, and the review text itself, right? So and in Next.js, to make a post request or to make an update to create something new, we use what we call server actions, right? So we have to remember we already created one server action previously. So over to my lib folder, I think there is a file called actions.txt. So in that file, we're going to create all our server actions in the file. So we already have the server action to sign out a user, to log out a user you get. So right now, we're going to create all our server actions in this file. Remember, the file you're using must have this tag called use server. This directive called use server is super important. So we're going to create a new server action to enable us create reviews, to enable users add reviews to products. So right now, I'm going to add a new function. I'm going to call this. I'm going to say exports a sync function. So I'm going to call it create review action, right? So and then we are going to have for our server actions, they will always have this form data arguments, and they have to declare it. Right now, I have to also declare the type. Remember, we are using TypeScript, and here's the type form data. So I said before, now we need to pass we need to pass the product ID, the email, the rating, and the review as an object. Whenever we want to create a review, you understand, as an object to this endpoint. You get so how do we? So we have to get these values, right? We have to get them, and this is how we are going to do it. So we are going to we are going to get them through the form data, right? So I'm going to say products. I'm going to say products ID. Let's say const products underscore ID should be equal to. We're going to say form data get. Don't worry, we are going to pass all these values. We are going to pass all these values to the form data. In this style, I'll show you how to. But right now, we are trying to get them from the form data. So later, we'll pass the values to the form data. So I'm going to say form data dot get. So it's called. It's going to be called. The key is going to be called product underscore ID. This time, product underscore ID, right? Then we are going to get the email. That's a logged in user email. I'm going to say const email should be equal. It's going to say form data dot get email. We also need to get the rating. I'm going to say const rating should be equal to form data dot get rating. We also need to get the review. I'm going to say const review should be equal to form. Remember, review is the actual text. Let's say beautiful beautiful product. Understand? Review is the text. Is the review text you get. I'm going to say form data dot get review, right? So we've got this now. So remember, this product ID we have here has to be a number. The rating has to be a number. So I'll simply wrap this up. I want to convert them to a number because form data always returns a string. So I have to just call this a number because it has to be a number. If not, it's going to throw some errors. Rating has to also be a number. Has to be a number. To make things fast, I'm going to sometimes copy codes from the Shopit code. I already beat up this thing, the Shopit code, right? This is the Shopit code over here. I'll sometimes copy codes from there to make things fast. We'll also need the product slug. I'm going to explain to you why we need the product slug later. I'm going to say const slug. This should be equal to form data dot get. I'm going to show you how we are going to pass all this data into the form data. I'm going to say form data dot get. I'm going to pass in the slug. So yeah, so we've gotten all this now. We've gotten all we need now. So we're going to create an object now. Okay, back here. Now we can make our API request. I'm going to say try. I'm going to say const response should be equal to await API.post. So here's the endpoint. So we have to, okay, now API.post is coming from the API.txt file, right? API.txt file. So this is the API.txt file, yeah. So now here it is. Here it is, right? So you have to export it so you can always import it in another file. I'm going to say export. Yeah, export const is been exported now. So back here, you click on it now, hold down control and period, you can import it. Let's try again. Click on it, control period. Here's the import. So right now, this is the endpoint you want to make a request to. It's called add review. You understand? It must have that, must always have that / appended. So come over here and say add review. Yep. So now we have to pass this stuff as the data. And it has to be an object, right? So I'm going to say const review object should be equal to, I'm going to pass in the product ID, the email. Remember, it must be the exact same name we are expecting here, right? What we have here, it must be the exact same name. So that's the product ID, the email, the rating, and the review, right? So I'm going to pass this review object over here. So I'm going to then say return response data. So for the catch, for the error parts, we just copy this error part we've been using, the catch block, copy it, and then back here just to make things faster. So now we've got to our save. If there's an error, the catch block is going to get executed. If there is no error, the try block gets executed. But one thing is this: I want to make sure that before you can add a review, you must always have values for all this stuff. They must all have a file. They must all have a value. So I'll come over here and just say if. I'm going to say if not product ID, if not product underscore ID, or if not email, if they don't have values, and if any of the fields above does not have any value, we can't proceed. It's going to throw an error. Or you have to pass in if not, that's if they are empty, we're just going to check in for the, we're going to add a rating. We're also going to add the review. We're also going to add the slug. So if not any of this, now we're going to say we're going to say throw new error. Show new error. We're going to say all fields are required. All fields are required. So right now we have our create review function. We have the function done now. So right now it's time for us to call this function. So let's go call it right away. Are you wondering where are we going to call this function? Where do we call it? Remember, whenever you click, we're going to call it over here. Whenever, okay, now right now before you can, so right now we have to log in. If you're not logged in, you won't be able to see the review modal. So let's log in right away. So right now I'm logged in, right? So let's go back to the product now and let's see if we can. Yeah, you can see now the button shows now click to add a review. Right. So we are going to call that action whenever we submit the form. Right. So that's what we're going to call the action. So back here now, we are going to go over to the review form. Remember, this is a review form. This form you see as a review form inside of the modal. So I'm going to go over to the review form. Where's the review form again? Let's get it through the modal. So here it is here. So if our review form opened now, here's the review form. So we are going to declare another function here that's going to get called when this button is clicked on, when this form is submitted, right? So in that function we are going to call this create review action. So let's just do that. So over here I'm going to say async function. I'm going to say handle add review. Let's say handle create review. Right. So yep. So now in the function, what are we going to do first? First we're going to declare a form data. I'm going to say const form data should be equal to new form data, right? New form data. So right now you can see now I was getting all this product ID, email, rating, review, and slot from the form data, right? So right now I want to pass in these values into the form data, right? Because say I was getting it, right? So right now it's time to pass in these values so I can get them from here, right? So back here, I'm going to say form data dot form data. New, I'm going to say new form data. Yep. So now we're going to say const. No, now we're going to say form data dot set product ID. So this product ID that I was getting here, I want to pass it. Right now. I want to pass it into the form data. You get? So how do I do that? Remember that you put the how do I get the product ID? So over here, this is the review form, right? Let's say if we have access to the products in this. Okay, yeah, we don't have access to the products. We don't have it from the where is looking for something. In the review form, we didn't pass the products as a prop over to the review form. It's not passed here. So we are going to go over to the remember this review form can be found in the product detail page, right? So here's the review form. And up here, this is the product detail page. Up here, we have access to the products. I think so. We have access to the here is the product, right? We have the products here. So I'm going to pass this products now as a prop down to the review form. So let's copy it now. Scroll down here. Yeah, pass the product there. I'm gonna say equal to products because because right now we need some of the products information. So we're going to receive this prop called product in the review form. Receive it here. It's called products. And this is of type. It is of type. I'm going to say product is of type product detail. Product detail. So yeah, we've gotten our product now. And right now I can get the product ID, right? So up here, I'll just simply destructure the product. I'm going to say const ID. I need the ID of the product. I need the ID of the product and also the product slug. So they're going to come from the product. Yep. So that's done. So right now, I'm going to say form data does set product ID. It's going to be the ID up that ID we have here. This is the product ID. So and in form data supports passing in strings. It supports passing in of strings, you understand? So right now this ID we have here is an integer. So form data most time accepts strings. You understand? So that's what it accepts, right? So I have to just wrap this up. I'm gonna wrap this up now. I'm gonna say string. I'm gonna convert it to a string. So that has been done now. So what next? I need to also pass in the slug. I'm going to say form data that sets slug. That's gonna be the product slug up there that we declared. I want to also pass in what's the sorry, it's gonna be called form data, not form data event. So I want to also pass in the review, the rating. So I'm gonna say form data dot set. That's gonna be review. So where do we get the review from? So I'm going to show you how the review is going to be coming from this field text area. So how do we go about it? So up here I'm going to declare a state right away. Let me just do that. I'm going to say const customer review. Now say set customer review. So if you know some React, this is going to be very easy for you. Set customer review. I'm going to say use state by default. It's going to be an empty string now. So over here, let's copy the set customer review. So scroll down to the text area part. Where are you? So over here, I'll just say value should be equal to customer review. Right now, we're going to say on change. Whenever I'm typing any text into the field, I want to simply update the customer review value. I'm going to say set customer review should be equal to e.target.data. So e.target.value, not data.value. So yeah, now so up here, I'm gonna say I'm gonna say from data.set customer review, right? That's passing the value from the form, from that input field, from the text area field. So what does we need to pass? We need to also pass the logged in user email, the rating. So now let's go get the logged in user email. So how do we get the logged in user? Do we have anything like that? Before we had the email, let's add the rating, right? The rating is coming from this click rating. Then come over and say from data.set, from data.set. I'm gonna say rating should be equal to click rating. Remember, this should be a string also. Click rating. Yep, so we've got that already. So now let's get the email. The email is the email we are going to get is the logged in user email. And over to the page now, to the product detail page. We already fetched the logged in user. The logged in user is right here. So right now, I think I might just get the email straight up. I'm going to just say const. Let me just say logged in user. It's better use. Let's say logged in user. Come on, logged in user email should be equal to logged in user then dot email. So pass this as a prop, copy it over to the review form, pass it here. Then we have to receive it in the review form. That should be here. And it's gonna be of a type string, null, and also undefined. Either of those ones, either of them, undefined. That's because if the user is logged out, there will be no email. So let me just save this. So now we've done that already. I have our logged in user email. So we have to come over here, copy down here. I'm gonna say from data.set, from data.set gonna be called email, and it's logged in user email. Let's see, let's pass in a string. Let's convert to a string. Hope it works. Cool, it worked. So now, yeah, so we've got to have, right now we've passed in all these fields like the product ID, the email, the rating, the review. We've passed them all in. Perfect. Now, so what's the next thing? So back here, back to the actions.txt. Now, whenever we successfully add a new review, the review is meant to display on the page. Whenever you add a review, the review gets added there. It gets displayed ASAP. As you add a new review, it shows up here quickly. How does that happen? That happens because whenever a server action is performed, the page is refreshed by Next.js. But you're not gonna see you won't see the page reload. You won't see it, but the page is gonna get updated. The page gets updated instead, and this is what makes that possible. It is called this. So back here, whenever this works successfully, we are going to just revalidate the parts. I'm going to say revalidate parts. So this is going to help us refresh the page. So what page am I trying to refresh? I'm trying to refresh the product detail page. I'm going to say products. Remember, we have various products now, and we asking which are the products page do I want to refresh. I'm saying that's where this log comes in, right? This log, the product log, understand? That's where it comes in. That's why I think that we also need this log, and I'm going to pass in this log here. This log is going to help me identify the products page I'm trying to refresh or reload with Next.js. So I'm going to pass in that slug here. So that's what we have to do here. Very, very important. So this has been done now. So back to the review form. So what's next now? So I'm going to come over here and just say try. Yep. So right now I'm going to say I'm going to call this create review action. So I'm going to just say await create review action. Yep. So remember, this is expecting the form data, and right now we've got the form data. Just pass it in. Form data, right? So, and then we're going to have our catch block. Should I just copy the code for the catch block? It's going to be error of type unknown. So I'm going to say if error, if it is an actual error, I'm going to say if error instance of the error object, if it is an actual error, I want to simply just throw new error error.message. Else we just throw around, just I'm going to say else throw new error. I'm going to say an unknown error occurred, an unknown error occurred. So now, yeah, so this should be what, so right now this should work for adding a new review, right? But one thing is this: now whenever we had a new review, want to let the user know that yes, something happened, want to display a pop-up, a notification that something happened. But right now, let's try and add a new review. So I'm going to call this Control C. Whenever the right now I'm going to just say this should be, so remember that whenever we call this function, we are going to call this function whenever the form gets submitted. So remember, whenever a form gets submitted, we have to prevent the default behavior of the form. I'm going to pass in the, sorry, I didn't know I was not my recording was not, I wasn't recording. I already said something. So right now we are trying to prevent, so right now this e.prevent default we have here helps us to prevent the default behavior of the form. Remember that we are trying to submit a form. So whenever you submit a form, the page reloads. So with this e.prevent default, I had to, this is going to prevent the page from reloading. And over here we have to give this event handler is of type react.form event. So that's it now. So it's time for us to call this function. So now to call this function and the create review, it's simple. Scroll down to where we have the form. Here's the form. Understand? So yeah, so over here we're gonna add the onSubmit. OnSubmit should be equal to, yeah, so we've got it already. That's it now. So here is our button. I need to also add, let me add, what's it called, the cursor pointer, because the button is not cursor pointer to the button. Yeah, so it's time for us to submit this now. Right now, if everything goes well, we are going to have a new review on this product, right? A new review, right? So the page should come on, load up. So currently we only have 2 reviews in our database, and the 2 reviews are on the strawberry products. And these are the 2 reviews. Remember, click on this so you can see we have the other reviews. So right now we want to add a new review to the product, right? So click here. So you're going to pick one. I'm going to give this, going to say very good, and I will say wow, very sweet, very delicious. Let's say very sweet. The strawberry tastes so nice. So now click on add review. Let's hope it gets created. Click add. I think it was created. Something happened. You can see now it says wow, very sweet from this user. You can see his name over here. Very sweet, and we give it a 4-star rating, a 4-star. So you can see just now tells you that it was just added recently, just now, right? You can see we have the time it was added, says just now. Perfect, right? So you drop click on this now. You can see now we should have 3 reviews. We now have 3 reviews. Well, one thing is this now, whenever we had a new review, we're meant to show something. We're meant to have we're meant to have something that tells us that a new review has been added. We're meant to have a loading event on the button that tells you that a new review is being added. Hope you understand. So let's work on those features now. So right now, not that we have a new review, we can't add another one. You can't. The user can only have one review. You're only giving permission to update your review. So right now, I can't come here and say and try adding a new. If I do that, it's going to try an error. You understand? So let's try and say inspect. So if I try adding a new review, we're going to see an error. So let's try again. It's going to try an error. Let's try again from the same user. Remember, we have the same user logged in. Add review. You can see it threw an error here. You can see it here uncut. It threw an error, right? So that's it now. That's it now. So right now I'm going to come over here, refresh the page. These are our backend now. There is the review. Very sweet. Wow, right? So I'll delete it. We don't need. So we're going to come back to that. So right now, whenever we had a new review, we want to show. So once let the user know that yes, you have successfully added a new review. So we are going to use a component called React Toastify. React to the browser, look up React Toastify. React Toastify. Hit enter. Click on it. Here it is, the first one. So just copy the basic flow. So we have to install it first. Here's the installation. npm install. Copy this to your code now. Let's open a new command prompt. Paste that here. Hit enter. While it is installing now, let's copy this line over to your layout.txs file. Layout.txs is in the app folder. So you are going to paste the line. So what we need is the Toastify, is a toast container here. So copy this. Here's a toast container, copy it. And over here, we're going to just place it under the nav bar. So, and then what else do we need? So now we need this toast, right? So back here, we have to import, copy this again. Over to the review form, we have to import it. Here in the review form, on top, we're going to import. Well, we need the toast. Now we don't need the toast container anymore. Just toast right now. Whenever a new review is added, it's going to be over here. Yeah, in the try block, we're going to say toast.success, toast.success. I'm going to say review added. We're going to say review added successfully. Review added successfully. Right. So if there's a problem, if there's an error, I'm going to come over here and just say toast.error. Then we're going to say error.message. Over here, we're going to come over here and say toast.error also. We see an unknown error occurred. Yep, so we've got to now, so this notification has been added now. So one more thing now. So whenever a review is being created, want to show that loading, the loading icon, wants to let you know that yes, something is going on. So back here, we're going to add a new state. I'm going to say const. We're going to call it review loading. Let's say review loader, review button loader. We're going to call it set review button loader. So the default value is going to be, I'm going to say use state. So that's going to be false by default. Whenever we submit the function, we're going to set this to true. That's over here. Set it to true. And whenever the function gets called, if it is a success or an error, want to simply set it back to false. I'm going to say finally should be equal. So finally is no. So I'm going to set it back to false, right? So now we're going to get the review loader, review button loader, copy it. We're going to pass it now over here to the button. Here is the button now. So right now I'm going to come over here and say if this is true, if review button loader is true, I'm going to simply just say adding review. I also want to just say add review. Right? add review, right? So that's it now. And one more thing again, I want to also add a disabled prop on this button. Disabled, I'm gonna say disabled should be equal to review button loader. Disabled, right? Okay, but yeah, disabled. So remember, this is not the actual button component. So you have to receive this prop now into the button. Come over here. You're going to pass disabled. Disabled is going to be, it's called disabled. I can't spell disabled. Disabled should be, it's going to be optional and it's going to be of a boolean value. It's going to be disabled, right? And then pass it over here. So this way we're going to have the actual disabled now. I'm going to say disabled. We're going to say disabled should be equal to, right now this one we have up here. It's going to be either a true or a false value, right? So we're going to then copy this now and paste here. So yeah, this is how we do it. So and then if the button is disabled, you want to have a style for the disabled button. You get, so over here I'm going to just say disabled. If the button is disabled, I'm going to say this. If the button is disabled, you want to have an opacity of 50, right? The button won't be that bright again. And they want to also say disabled. If it is disabled, you can't click on it. Instead, I'm going to say if it is disabled, I want to also say cursor no pointer. Cursor no pointer, where are you? Cursor not allowed, yeah. So we've got this now. It's time for us to try again. Let's try it in a new review. Refresh, reload this. I don't know why it's doing this. Refresh the page. Reload it and let's try adding a new review, and I hope this time everything works smoothly. So back here, click on add a new review. Right now I'll say wow, let's say very delicious. Very delicious. Right, and then add review. You can see it says adding. You can see we have here review added successfully. You can see we have that up there, right? And you can see now it says very delicious. We give it stuff there, right? And it's worked, right? It's working perfectly. But something is, you can see it's working. We have 3 reviews. So there is one more thing I want to add. There's one more thing I want to add. So you click on right now when you want to add a review. I want to make sure that this button is disabled by default. Understand? So it's only going to get enabled whenever you've picked a rating and you've entered an actual value in this text area field. So you have to add that, right? Because some people will just come over here and then they'll come over here and just click add review. That's wrong. So you need to provide those values, the rating and the review. So how do we go about that? Remember in the review form we have here's the button. This is what the button gets. This is what the button gets. This is what the button gets disabled or not. So I'm going to say or. So I'm going to say if clicked rating, if it is 0, if clicked rating is simply referring to the stars we have here, right? If it is less than 1, if it is less than 1, it should be on its own. This should also be on its own. If it is less than 1, or if the customer review, we're going to say, or if customer review, okay, if customer review and customer review, come on, customer review dot trim dot length is equal to 0. So everyone, what am I trying to do? So what I'm doing here is this. Now I'm trying to say if the click rating was actually, if a star rating was picked, so or if the review, if an actual review text was passed. Understand? The review text is passed here. It's passed here. You understand? So if you're passing an empty space, it's not going to count. You must pass on actual text. Understand? And you must pick. You can see already passing on actual text here. The button is still not responding. I have to pick a rating. I have to pick one, click on it, and then the button responds. Right? So that's why I have to do this here. if click rating is if it is less than one, or if customer review and if customer review, right? If there's a review, and if after trimming the review the length is equal to zero, you have to remain disabled, right? Or it also gets disabled if the button is loading. If you're adding a new review, that's where this review button loader comes in. Hope you understand. So that's very important because some people might just come on board here and they want to add a new review, you get, and that's not going to work. So that has been done. Now, one more thing is this: now, whenever a new review has been added, this button is meant to disappear. This button, you can only add the review once. So once you have a review added, what you can do next is to update your review. Hope you understand. So this button is not meant to be here anymore because you already have a review. This use the logged in user. You can see him up here. This is picture. He already has a review. The button is meant to not be here. So how do we go about that? Before we work on that, if you notice something, whenever we had a review, the review gets added, and these statistics here, this box, this stat we have here, gets updated. Previously, it was two reviews, and I think it was 4.5 previously, and it was two reviews. Right, it's 4.3, three reviews, and you can see we have three people reviewing that has reviewed this product. You can see 2 plus 1, that's three. So we're making progress. So right now, let's remove this button whenever a user adds. Whenever a user already made a review on a product, it's not meant to see this button. So yeah, so right now let's go over to the page.txs file. So what we are going to do is this now. So I think, yeah, so we have all the reviews here. We have all the reviews. So what are we going to do? So we have all the reviews over here. So we're going to come here and say declare a new variable. Now we're going to say const user have review. User have review. That's on the current product. User have review. It's going to be a true or a false value. You're going to say reviews dot sum, right? Reviews dot sum. So we're going to get the individual review. You're going to say review. So we're going to say if review dot user dot email is equal to, that should be the logged in user email. The logged in user email. Let me just bring it at the bottom. Is equal to logged in user email. Yep, that means the user already dropped a review. If this is true, it means the user already dropped a review on the product, right? So right now I'm saying reviews.sum. So I'm trying to find the review whose user email is the same as the logged in user email. If this is true, I mean the current logged in user has already dropped a review. So I'll just copy this now. Now see if this is true. We're going to come over here and say, where are you? We want to hide this. We want to simply not display this form. Then I'm going to pass that as a prop to the modal. So I'll pass as a prop here. User have review. So far to the modal components. Let me close some of these guys that we don't need. Click on the modal. So now I'm going to receive the prop. Let's pass it here first. It's going to be optional. Optional, and it's a boolean value. Yep, so we have user have review. Then what we're going to do now is we're going to say if this is true, if it is true, I'm going to simply return null, return nothing, return null. Yep, so this should remove the button if the user already have a review, already dropped a review on a product, right? So let's see. You can see the button is gone. It's gone, right? So right now you can't add a new review because you already have a review added here. So all you have to do now is for you to update the review. So right now we're going to work on updating reviews. Let's work on that next. Okay, so guys, right now we've already worked on adding of reviews. So what's left? Let's work on updating the review instead. So once you have the review, you should be able to update the reviews. Hope you get. So, but how do we go about that? How do we fix that? So we are going to use the same review form we used in creating a review to update the review. We are going to use the same form. But right now, as you can see now, we can't. The button for the review has disappeared. That's because the logged in user already have a review on this product. So that's perfect, right? Now we want the button back. So how do we get the button back? Is by deleting the review. Currently, our delete button is not working yet. It's not yet functional. It will be functional very soon. So right, I'm going to delete the review. Refresh this page. Here's the review, which is very good, delicious, right? So I'm going to delete this review. This is our Django backend. This is the backend admin. Understand? So yeah, back here, I hope the review. If you refresh the page, we're going to see the button again. Let's refresh. So here's the button. The review has gone back to 2. So yeah, so we're going to use the same. We're going to use the same button. The same. Well, I'm going to try something. Add. Let's just say good. Add review. I expect this form to disappear. Okay, cool. It left. Perfect. Yeah. So I know what. There's no problem. Let's delete right now. I have to delete the review again. Let's delete it. So I was saying before, we are going to use the same. We are going to use the same review form to update and add a new review. We are going to use the same form. Hope you understand. So how do we go about that? So back here, over to the modal we used previously. It's going to be in the UI components folder. We have the modal. So here now we're going to add a new prop. I'm going to call the prop updates review modal. It's going to be a boolean. It's going to be boolean. It's going to be optional and also a boolean value. Right, so I'll pass this here. Yeah, so over here now, we're going to replace this button. Whenever it's time to okay, now I'm going to show you this now. So let's wrap this up. So right now I'm going to get the pen icon. And the pen icon can be found in the review card container. Review card container. Here's the pen icon. Let's look for it. Yeah, here's the pen icon. This is it. So I'll just copy this entire copy what we have here. Control C. I'll comment this one out. Copied already. Back here, I'm going to say if update review container. If update review container. So I want to change if update review modal. If it is true, I want to display the pen icon. Else, display the normal button for the review, right? So let's import pen icon from Lucid React. Hold on, Control and period. So let's get it. Add import from Lucid React. So now, yeah. So if update review modal is true, display the pen icon. If not, display the normal button. So what do we do now? So back here, we are going to have this modal in the review card. We're going to bring the modal over here. And the modal is going to come over here. And it's going to have the review form inside of it. So let's import both of them. Hold on, Control and period. And then let's import review. Hold on, Control and period also. Let's import the review form. Come on, yeah. So now this is now our new pen icon. So right now this review form is expecting some props. So I'm going to check what those props are. Let's open it. It's expecting the products and the logged in user email. So we have to pass these two props. It's very important to pass them because right now I can see it showing this red line. So you have to pass in the products and the logged in user email. So currently this is the review card. So how do we get the products over here? So let's go down to the page.cxs page, the products page. Products page now. So we are on the products page right now. So we have to pass the product as a prop to that review card, to that review form. So what's the first step? We're going to pass it straight to, I'm looking for, we're going to pass it to the review container. And from the review container, we can have access to the product. So we're going to pass product here. So it's going to be a long prop drilling. We're going to say product should be equal to product, right? And instead of review container, let's accept it. Yep, here. We have to pass it here too. Declare the type is of type product detail. Product detail. And then we have to pass this product as a prop to this collapsible demo. Instead of collapsible demo, we have to also accept the products. That's what we have to do. It's getting long. So passing products here. Let's also add the type. Product is of product detail type. Let's just save this, Ctrl X to break it. Yep. So now we have to pass this product as a prop down to the review card. Let's pass it here. And we have to receive product instead of review card. Now we are here now. Let's receive products. And let's pass it type here. Products is of type product detail. Let's save it. Ctrl X. Product detail, right? So now right now we can pass this product as a prop to the review form. We also need to pass, what else do we need to pass? In the review form is also looking for, let's open it. Let me close this collapse. The review form also needs the logged in user email. And I think we have that here. We have the logged in user email up here. Logged in. Okay, we have the logged in user. So I think from the logged in user, you can get the logged in user email. So I'm going to say const logged in user email should be equal to logged in user dot email. So we're going to pass this as a prop over here. So yep, so now you can see the red line is gone. So we've passed the props this review form needs. We've passed the prop now. So back to the browser. Let's refresh this page. It's refresh. Come on. Scroll down. Okay, now let's add a new review. Let's add one. Let's say sweet strawberry. Sweet strawberry. Then click on add review. Okay, now, ouch, there's a problem. It's meant to show me the pen icon instead, but look how it's doing. So let's see what the problem is. Over to the review card, over to the modal. I said, oh, I've not yet passed. I need to pass this prop back to the review card now. Here is the modal. Let's pass this prop here. I didn't pass the prop here. That's why it's still showing me that. So we're going to pass this prop now. So by default, the value is true by default. So the browser now, this should change perfect. Now it's gone, it's returned back. Now click on it. Right, now you can see we have the modal popping up now. So right now we are trying to Right now, we are trying to update the review. What do you think we should do? We need to pick, for example, the review has 4 stars and it has this review called Sweet Strawberry. So if I click on the pen icon, we should have 4 stars highlighted and we should have this Sweet Strawberry in this text area field. So we are going to work on that next. Okay, so right now, back to the review form. The review form. So, but before we proceed now, the aim now is for us to make sure this what we have here is represented in the review form whenever it's time for us to make changes, right? So now let's do that quickly. We also want to change this button to say this button is meant to say update review, right? Because we are trying to update a given review. So let's work on adding that feature right away. Okay, now so from this review card now we have our review. We have the review object. We have it up here. So you can pass this review as a prop down to the review form. Understand? So let's pass that quickly. So we're going to pass the review. Copy. Where's the review form now? Looking for the review form. Show yourself. Yep, here it is. So we're going to pass that review now as a prop. So we have to receive the review. We have to receive the review object in the review form. Pass it here into the. I think we're going to put it. Let's pass it here. I just hope I'm not making a mistake. I'm wondering what this props is doing here because we no longer use it, but it's still there. Okay, I think we used it here. No problem. No, let's proceed now. So pass in the review here. So we're gonna pass the type here. It's gonna be optional, and it's gonna be of type review. Remember, we have the review type. So yep, so we've gotten the review passed here now. So you also need to pass in this prop update review modal. We're gonna call it update review form. Update review form. So we have to receive this. It's gonna also be an optional prop, an optional instance. It's gonna be optional. It's gonna be of type boolean. Sorry. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that here. Of type boolean. Yeah, so right now I want to make sure I want to update like whenever I click on this, you are meant to have 4 stars highlighted. You're meant to have this review in this place, understand? So back here, what do we do? So I'm gonna say right now we're gonna use a use effect. So simply say that whenever the review form mounts, whenever it gets mounted, I'm gonna say use effects, whenever it gets rendered. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna say if update review form, this prop, remember it's true, pass it as true here. If it is true, we want to simply update the value of set click rating to. Now we have to get now. What do we do now? So we are going to destructure review. We are going to destructure it now. I'm going to say const rating and review should be coming from the review object. Right. So now we have to rename this. Let's rename this. I'm going to call it customer. Let's just say let's just call it review message. The review message. Yeah, let's call it review message. So now, yeah, I think this should, yeah, review message. Now that's it now. So for the rating value, all the rating is fine. So I'm gonna say let's say come over. I'm gonna say set click rating. Click rating is, so I'm gonna set this click rating now is the actual value of the star. Understand? So I'm going to come over here and say set click rating to rating, right? And then we are going to also do this. We're also going to set customer review to review text. Set customer review to review text. Right, so now let's see what's happening. See, cannot find name. So it's called review message. So now let's add, we're gonna add some, let's add rating review message. Let's add all these dependencies. It's gonna be rating review message and update review form. So now if you come over here now and you click on this pen icon, click on it. Perfect. Now you can see now we have the form already pre-filled now. Whenever it's time to update, the form gets pre-filled. So right now, one more thing, let's change this button to update review. And right now, this is meant to say very good because 4 stars were highlighted, right? It's meant to be very good. So let's add that quickly. So to add that now, I'm gonna come over here and just say, I'm gonna simply do some. Okay, now I'm gonna say const review tag. Let's say rating tag. Should I call that rating tag should be equal to, we're gonna simply say ratings dot, I'm gonna say ratings dot find the individual rating, right? I'm gonna call it R. So I'm gonna say if, I'll say if R dot rating is equal to, if R dot rating is equal to, if it is equal to the rating it goes from, if it is equal to the rating it goes from the review, this rating. I wonder why this is still showing. I hope I didn't make any mistake. Let's proceed. So I'm gonna say, remember, if R dot rating, these are the ratings here. If R dot rating is equal to rating, the rating we got from the review object. If it is equal to that, so we're gonna get that rating object, right? So then I'm gonna just say set clicked review to rating tag dot review. Rating tag dot review. I wonder what's, it's possibly undefined. It's not undefined. Ratings dot find. We have ratings up here. So right now this is saying that rating is possibly undefined. Okay, if rating is undefined, so I'm gonna just say if rating tag, I think I just call this rating object. Leave it like that. Rating, if rating tag. So we're gonna simply set rating tag dot review to clicked review, right? Else we just do nothing, right? Okay, so I think this has been handled now. This should be fucking fine now. Let's try it again. Refresh. But my concern is here. I don't know why this is having the red lines on that. That's TypeScript for you. Nothing is wrong here. I think of this boolean value I added here. That's why it's acting strange. If I don't have this value, that's boolean, that's question mark. If you go over to the home page now, you see that the home page. Let's look and see now. This is because the red sign is because of because I didn't pass review here too. I didn't pass the review prop. That's why, and that's why I had to come over here and add the question mark, right? And we go back to the home page now, to the products page, and I can see the sign is gone. It's gone, right? I don't know why it does like that. Might just pass an empty object here. Review should be equal to. maybe undefined. So that will make it happy. Undefined, and come over here, review review form. Let's remove that question mark. It's gone. So I'll pass in undefined here. Undefined. But it's not free yet. It's still through this error. It's still showing. Never mind. We'll find a fix for it. Don't worry, I'm going to find a fix for this. Everything is fine now, but I don't like those red lines. So if I click here, right now, perfect. Because so now it's working. So right now it's high time for us to start. We fill the form. Oh, let's work on the update button quickly. So just scroll down where you have the update button. So I'll do this quickly. I'll just come over here and just say if update form loader, if updates review form, want to simply have update button, update review rather, else we want to have add review. Yep, so add review, right? So we are not done. Remember, we have this button loader that helps us to show when the episode that tells us when something is going on, like you're updating the review or you're adding a new review. This is what this button. So what this other variable does, review button loader, it helps us know when the review is being created. You understand? So right now, this one just switches between update review and add review. So I'll comment out the first one and come back here. Click again. It says update review now, but we're not done yet. Back here, I'm going to say if review button loader, and come over here and say review button loader. If it is true, we want to have updating review. Else, we want to have update review. The same thing will be applied here. So copy this review button loader, copy, paste it here. So say if review button loader, want to call this adding review. This might seem confusing to you, I know. I'm gonna say else add review. Just save it. Okay, I think this should be fine. Back here, we still have update review, right? So that's good now. So right now it's time for us to update the bot. It's fine for us to update our review. Let's work on that next. Okay, you know what I did now? I had to comment this guy out and bring it over here, bring it inside here. So the reason is because remember, we're not always going to have this review pass to the review form. We're not going to always have this review pass to this review form instead, because it is optional. You get, so I had to only destructure the review only when the review is available, which is inside here, right? So I'm going to bring these guys in, Control X, copy it now and put it. They have to be inside of the if block. So now with this, now I think everything should be fine. It should be fine now. Back to the page. Let's see if this guy. So this is also good. So back here, we are also good. The instant the red lines is gone. So back here, if we try clicking, everything should still be fine. Oh, it says reason is not defined. So okay. I think it's coming from here. I'll remove these guys. Let's remove them. So that should be the problem. Let's see what happens. Come on. Click. Okay, it's perfect, right? We are good to go. So right now it's time for us to update the review. Back to our documentation. So over here now, to update the review. To update the review now, we have to get this is the endpoint update review, then the review ID, and we have to pass the rating and the view. So remember, as usual, go down to your AP. We are going to go over to our actions.ts file, actions.tx. It should be in the lib folder. So we're going to create a new action for updating reviews. Okay, so right now let's add a new action to update a given review instead. So we're going to add a new function. Gonna come over here. I could just copy this to save time. Ctrl C, copy. We paste it, and then yep. So we're going to call this update review action. Update review action, right? And then so I think we're going to need the rating and the review. I'll copy these guys just to make things faster. We need the rating and the review. We're also going to need the review ID, because from the endpoint we have here, you have to pass in the review ID, right? So we need to get the review ID too. I'll come over here and say const review underscore ID should be equal to form data dot get. I'm gonna call that review underscore ID. We're also gonna get the slug. We already have the slug here. So yep, we've gotten this now. So what do you think? Let's be sure. Let me check the endpoint again. We need the rating, the review. Okay, we've got this. Okay, perfect now. So right now let's call the API. Let's make an API call. I'm gonna say const. I'm gonna come over and say try. I'll say const response should be equal to await API dot put. Is a put request. Okay, we check here. It's clearly the put request. It's put request, right? Because I'm trying to update API dot put. Then we're going to put in the endpoints. Let me be sure of what the endpoint is again. Just copy this, update review. So pass this in, and we have to pass in the review ID. We're going to pass this too. Yep, so we've got that already. And then we have to return the response. I'm going to say return response dot data. Yep, and for the catch block, we're going to just copy this. This is going to be the same catch. This catch block is going to be the same thing all throughout, right? Yep, so now we have to also revalidate the paths. We have to, whenever we make an update, we want to refresh that page with Next.js. So we're going to add revalidate here. I made a mistake. We're going to add. Yep, so we're going to revalidate the current products page instead. We're going to reload it, right? So we've gotten this now. So what do you think is next? So remember, we have to pass the review objects. The review object. So right now I'm going to say const review object. I'm going to say const review object should be equal to. So from what we have here, we have to pass in the rating and the review. So we're going to pass in rating and review. So I think this is what we need to do, and I hope everything is going to work. Says our update review action. We're not done, so we're going to go over to the form review form now. So just where we have the undo create review, we are going to have the undo update review. We're going to say async handle updates review, right? Yeah, we're going to also have the passing the event handler, which is going to be of type react dot form events, right? It's going to be async function, if I'm correct. Then we're going to say e dot prevent defaults. Yep, I think yes, this is correct. So now we are going to do almost the same thing we did previously. We are going to do almost the same again. So what do you think we have to do? So I'm going to get, right now I'm going to get the slug. Right now I'm going to save, let's get the form data from here once more. Pass it here. After I've gotten the form data, we have to also get the rating and the review. Just copy this too. Ctrl Z, Ctrl C, copy. Then paste the rating and the review. We also need the reviews ID, right? The review ID. So how do we get that? So remember, we already have the review. We already have the review objects up here. We have it. We can get the ID from it, right? So just here, I'll come over here and just say, okay, I'll come over here and say form data dot set, form data dot set. I'm gonna say review underscore ID. Then I'm gonna say if review, we're gonna pass string review.id, review.id, else we're gonna pass, I might just pass an empty string, right? So if review, right? So that's the review ID. I think this is what we need. We also need the slug. I think we have the slug here. Just copy this, and then up here, I'm gonna add a slug. Yep. So right now we're gonna call the server action. I'm gonna say try. So I'm gonna say await updates review action, right? So we're gonna pass the form data. I'm gonna pass the form data into it, and then what after this has been done, what do we do? So we're passing the form data into it, right? So after we've done this now, we are going to we're then going to call the pop-up, that alert message. Now we're going to say toast. We're going to say toast the success. Then I'm going to say review updated successfully. Right? And then as for the catch block, remember we're going to use the same thing we did here. Just copy this. It's going to be the same. Yep, so we've done that now. And don't forget again, whenever the review is updating, we have to let the user know that something is going on. And that's where the button comes in. This button loader, this review button loader. So I'll copy this now. I want to make sure it's gonna be whenever we start updating the review, its value is going to be set to true. It's gonna be set to true, right? Let me just Ctrl Z. It should come, let's put it on top. Set to true. And then once the review is done, once the API call is done, then we are going to have the finally block. I'm going to say finally. So then we are going to call it again, and the value is going to be false. I think we are good to go. And then we are going to call this function. I'm going to copy it now, and over here, over to our form. Yeah, and I'm going to say if updates review form, if it is true, remember we have the prop update review form. If it is true, we're going to call the undo update review, else we're going to call the undo create review. Hope you understand. This is expected to work, and I hope it does work. So how do we check if it works or not? So to the browser now, over to Shopit, refresh the page. I don't know why the page sometimes just gets stuck on the loading screen. So I think our set is beautiful, understand? So let's refresh this and try what we've done. And I really hope it works without any error. So it's here now. Click on the pen icon. There it is. Ouch, I really hope this works. Let's give this a 5 star. Remember, it's showing 4 star. Let's give it a 5 star. Then update review. Let's see. It's updating review. It's taking quite some time. It says request failed with status code 500. Cool. There was an error. So let's check what the error is. I'm going to check my backend server. Here's the backend now. Here's the error message. It's trying to tell me that it's trying to say that I was supposed to add the forward slash over here. I was supposed to add forward slash here. Whenever you're making a post request or a put request, you're meant to add this trailing forward slash. It's always important. So I didn't do that. That was why the error came up. So let's try it again. Update. Do I need to refresh the page? Let's see if it's going to work. Perfect. And so now it says review updated successfully. Right? And if you come out here, you can see it's now 5 star. And it says now edited. It has now been edited. So I'm going to go over to a different product now. Let's try out this fried chips with burger. Click on this product. Remember, on this product now, there is no review. I haven't added any review. That's why the button is here. Right, because everything says 0, nothing has been done, all zeros, right? Nothing has been done. So let's add a new review. So I'm gonna pick this, I'm gonna give it this a 4 star, and I'm gonna say, wow, it tastes so nice. It tastes, let's say, let me just say it tastes so nice. Right? Then click on add review. Now it's adding, right? You can see now it says here, wow, it tastes so nice, 4 star. You can see now there is one review, and the review is a 4 star review. Right, very good, is 4 star rating. You can see, and it shows here one review 4.0. Right, you can see it says, wow, it tastes so nice. So now the button for adding a review has disappeared. That's because I already added the review. So right now I want to update the review and say, wow, it tastes so nice. I highly recommend. I highly recommend. Right? And I'm gonna give this a 5 star. I didn't spell, let's spell highly well. HIGH. I'm gonna give this a 5 star, and then click on the update review button. Let's see how it goes. It says updated successfully. Click outside, and it says now, wow, it tastes so nice. I highly recommend. Now it's now 5 star. It has changed from 1. You can see everything is working now. We've been able to now we can add reviews. You can update our reviews, right? And now it says edited, right? So this is meant to show the time. This is, let's see what this value is meant to be pointing down to the created, to the review dot created. It's meant to say review dot created, not review dot. Where are you? Yeah, it should be review dot created, not updated. We come back here. It's meant to give us, yeah, 1 minute ago. Yeah, perfect. Now it's working fine now. So we've been able to add reviews. We've been able to, now we can update reviews. So next we're going to work on deleting reviews. Okay guys, so right now let's work on deleting a review. So let's work on that next. So back to the browser now. We're going to go over to Shadcn. We're going to get it. We are going to get another component to get. So I'm going to say Shadcn UI. So let's go. So we need to get the alerts. I think it's called the alert dialog. Let's get it. It's called, yeah, alert dialog, correct? So here's the component now. So this component now is going to ask you, are you sure you want to delete this review? So if you click on continue, the review gets deleted. If you click on cancel, the review won't be deleted instead. So we are going to, so right now we need this component. So how do we get it? It's simple. You have to install the package. Use the npx, copy this command, just click on this icon, and then back to your project. I'm going to open a new command prompt, and then paste in the code, and then it's going to get installed. So right now it's currently getting installed. Okay, so right now we have the components already installed. So now let's proceed. So first thing first, I'm going to create a new component, a new file. I'm going to call it, let's say delete modal. .cxx. So right now I'm going to say RAFCE. Come on. Yep. So now back here, let's go back to Shadcn now. We're going to copy the code. Let's copy this import statement. Just click on this icon. I don't know why I keep having to highlight everything. I'll paste that on top of our component, and then scroll down, and we're going to get the actual code. Copy this. Then I will paste it. I'll replace what we have here with the code I copied. Yep. So we've got this now. So yeah, now I'm going to say, I'm going to change this text now. I'm going to say this action cannot be undone. This will permanently delete the review you have on this product. This will permanently delete the review you have on this product. Understand? So that was the message. Yep. So now we've gotten the right now we have our delete modal fine. Good now. It's there now. So what's the next thing? Back to our project. Over here now. Okay, currently there is no review on this product yet. So right now I'm going to add a review. We already have a user logged in. So just click on the button, click to add review. So I'm gonna give this a 5-star. I'm gonna say I love this shirts. Right, and then click on add review. So you're trying to add a new review. Come on. I think my server is still running. I don't know why it's taking so much time. The server is kind of something is going on in the background. Let me refresh this. So we're gonna try again. I don't know what's going on now. I need to restart the server. I think so. Let me I'm going to come over here. We already have this one running here, but it's just not responding. I'm going to come here to the command prompt where I had to install the alert dialog. I'm going to run the server here. I'm going to say npm run server. It's not meant to take this much time. So sorry, npm run dev, not run server. Run dev. Npm run dev. So let's close this, guys. And let's wait for this one to run. So I'm going to close this one. So come on. So it's up now. Click on the URL. So I hope this one comes up quickly. So it's up now. So let's click on the product. Let's click on the shirt again. And let's add the review. And so right now, let's add a review. So click to add a review. I'm going to create a 5-star. I'm going to say, I love this. I love this shirt. So add review. It has been added now. We can also update it. I'm going to create a 4-star. Updates. And we are good, right? So now it's time for us to delete the review. So now we already have the delete dialog, right? We already have this. So what's the next step now? So I'm going to go into my review card components. Here's the review card. Remember, this is our review card, this rectangle. So I want to get this icon, this delete icon. So we're going to get it right away. So here is the icon. This is button. I'm going to simply copy it, Ctrl+C. Over to our delete modal. I'm going to simply replace this open text, that open text we have there. I'll paste the button in there. So we have to import trash icon from Lucid React. You have to click on it and hold down Ctrl and period. Add imports from Lucid React. Yep, so we've got that now. Since this has been done now, so okay, over here I'm going to add the prop called as child. So now what's going to happen is that we are going to have the button rendered instead of this alert trigger. You understand? And this button is going to take up the properties and the style of this alert trigger component. That's what this as child does. Hope you understand. So I'll save now. Yep, so my code has been formatted now. That's good. So what's the next step? So we are going to get this modal, this delete modal. We are going to have this delete modal as the icon. So back to the review card. I'm going to comment this button out, and then I'm going to add the delete modal. Delete modal. Yep. So we need to, now this one. Yeah, this is what you need to do. So now back to the code now. So if you click on the delete icon modal, let's on the delete icon, you can see right now it brings out this pop-up. Are you sure this action cannot be undone? This will permanently delete the review you have on this product. So you click on cancel, continue. You get, so you can cancel the event if you don't want to delete your review, if you don't want to delete the review, or you can click on continue if you want to proceed to deleting the review. So right now we're going to work on the server action that's going to help us delete a given review. So right now, here's our GitHub. Here's our backend source code now. And if you scroll down, we have the README file. We have the documentation of the API. So we just scroll down to where we have the endpoints to delete a review. Let's see what it looks like. So I think you are in the review endpoints now. So over here, it should be called, here it is now. You just passing the delete the ID of the review, right? This is the, so let's work on this quickly. All we need to pass is the reviews ID, and we are good. So back to our code now. Over to the actions.ts file. Open the lib folder. See the action.ts file. So you're going to add a new action now. So I'm going to just say export async function deletes review action. So you're going to have the form data. It's going to be of type form data, right? And then we are going to get, so first thing first, we need to get the review ID, right? So I'm going to say const review underscore ID should be equal to form data dot get. It's called review underscore ID. So this needs to be this needs to be an integer, a number. So I'm going to convert this to a number, and we also need the product slug, right? So we also need the slug of the, we need the product slug. Remember this review is going to be on a particular product, so we need the product. So we need the slug of the product that owns this review. Why do we need it? We need it because we are going to revalidate the product page. We're going to revalidate the product page. You understand? So that's why we need the product slug. So I'm going to come over here and say const slug. Sorry if I'm talking too fast. I'm going to say const slug should be equal to form data dot get slug. Yep. So now what's the next thing to do? So we're going to call the endpoint, and I'm going to say try. I'm going to say const response should be equal to await API dot delete. That's the method. It's a delete method. Understand? Dot delete. So let's copy the endpoint once more. It's called delete underscore review. So over here, move the forward slash. Then we're gonna, let me close this. Don't need that. So I'm gonna come over here and add the review ID. So it's meant to be a template. Yeah, this we're meant to use a backtips. We called delete underscore review. And then we're gonna add the review underscore ID. So as usual, we have to return response dot data, and then we also have to validate it. We also have to add this line to help us refresh the page whenever an action is taken. So you can see the slug is coming from here. So that's important. So for the catch block, we are always going to have the same catch block. So I will just paste this here to make things faster. So yes, now so we've gotten our server action done. It's written now. We got the review ID and then the slug. So what next now? So let's go call this function. So I'm going to go over to our review card because that's where the button is, on the review card. Understand? So over to our review card now. So I'm going to have a new function up here. I think Where should it be? So it's going to be here. I'm going to say function. I'm going to say async function, undo delete review. So yes, then we're going to then come over here. First thing first, I'm going to say const form data should be equal to new form data. Right, and then what's the next thing? I'm going to say form data dot set. Let's pass one. Right now, I want to give the value. Right now, I want to pass in the review ID into the form data. I'm going to say form data dot set review underscore ID. That should be coming from. Right now, we have the review object here. We have it passed already. Review.id. I'll simply just copy that. It's meant to be a string. Then we're going to convert. We're going to say string. Then review.id. Yep, that done. So what next? We have to also pass the product slug. And now we have the product up here. That's fine. So I'll come here and say form data dot set. Now say slug should be equal to product dot slug. I think that should be it. And right now we're going to add a try block. I'm going to say try. I'm going to say await delete review action. We are going to pass the form data into it. What next? Then we are going to have our toast. We're going to say toast.success. In that, we are going to have a notification. We're going to say toast.success. They're going to say review deleted success. We're going to say review deleted successfully. So let's import those. Click on it and hold down Control and period. So now we're going to have a catch block. We're going to have error of unknown. And then what next? Now we're going to then say toast. So we're going to say if error instance of error, then we're going to say, I didn't spell success properly here. Then we're going to say if error is instance of error, we're going to say toast.error should be error.message. Oh, I didn't spell that properly. Error.message. And we are going to then throw the new error. We're going to say throw new error error.message. Shall we? Let's say yeah, I'm correct. Error.message. Else we're going to just throw. We're going to say throw new error. Throw new error. I'm going to say an unknown error occurred. An unknown error occurred. Right, you can also copy these toasts, paste it here. Sorry, Ctrl Z. Ouch. Copy the toast message and then paste it on just above here. We're going to add the same error message there. An unknown error occurred. Sorry for my typing speed. An unknown error occurred. So that should be it. So right now we have the function done already. We have the function has been written. The undo delete review has been written, right? So what's the next thing? So we're going to pass this function as a prop over to the delete modal. Over here, it's going to be passed as a prop now. So it's going to be called inside of this delete modal. So you have to go receive it. So over here, we have to receive the function. Right, also they give it a type. So we're going to add that here. It's going to be of type. It's a function that returns nothing. Right, so it returns void. So that's the type of the function now. So we're going to call this function whenever we click on the confirm button, on the continue button. So I'm going to add an on click here. then paste the function there. And this should solve the problem. This should help us list our reviews, right? So let's go see if it works. So now we can, let's see, click on this. Are you sure? Are you sure? If you click on continue, we hope it lists the review. So I'm going to add a cursor pointer. Let's style as let's go. I'm going to say class name. I need that cursor pointer. I'm going to say class name should be cursor pointer. So since it's going to be done for the console, class name should be cursor pointer. So back here, let's try again. Cool. Yeah. So click on continue. You can see now review deleted successfully, right? And the review is gone. So we can add a new review. Give it a 4-star. I'm gonna say lovely clothes, lovely shirts. Add review. We can update it now. Give it a 5-star rating. Update review. It's done. We can delete the review if you want to delete it. Continue. And the review is gone. So right now we've been able to handle the create review, the update review, and we can also delete a given review. So what next? We're going to work on adding items to carts next. So see you in the next episode. Okay guys, so right now it's time for us to start adding items to cart instance. So we're gonna enable, if you're not logged in, you'll be able to add items to cart. If you are logged in, you also be able to add items to your cart. So let's implement this quickly. So back to the source, back to our documentation. So I'm gonna go over to where we have our carts. So you can look at the endpoint and see what we need to do. So where are you? So okay, now I think we are almost there. Yeah, you can see it now. Add to carts. So you need to pass in the cart code and the product ID, right? So I'm going to explain to you how we are going to get the cart code. So for now, let's go write the action that's going to enable us add products to carts. So over to our code now. Over to your lib folder. In the lib folder, you find the actions.ts file, right? So yeah, now so scroll down. I expect you guys to know how it's done. So come over here. We're going to say export a sync function. I'm going to say add to cart action, right? And then we're going to have our form data. It's going to be of type form data. So as usual, I'm going to say const. I think it's called, let's see what it's called. It's called cart code and product ID, right? So cart code is going to say const cart code, cart underscore code should be equal to, I'm going to say form data. I think this is too small. This is better. It's going to be equal to form data dot get cart underscore code. Now we're going to get to our product ID. I'm going to say const product underscore ID should be equal to form data dot get product underscore ID. Yep. And then what next? Now I'll create an object and I'll just say const cart item object. It's gonna be equal to, I'm gonna call it cart code and then product and then the product ID, right? And then now we're gonna make our request. I'm gonna say try, right? So say const response should be equal to, I'm going to say API dot posts, right? The endpoint, let's see what the endpoint is again. It's called add to carts. Just copy this. It's a post request. Paste that here, and we're going to pass in the object, which is going to be cart item object, right? Then we're going to then return response, because return response of data. Response.data. Then as for the catch now, we're going to copy this part up here. So understand, and then just paste it here. So now we've gotten So we have to say await API.post. This is called, I didn't spell this properly, cat item objects. Copy, just copy this, paste it here. Ouch, no. Ctrl Z. It's called cat item objects. Yeah. So we've got this now. We've got this work. We've got this too. We've got our try. We've got our add to cart action ready. But there is a question: how are we going to get this cart code? This is a major concern. How are we going to get the cart code? And the cart code is going to be like a global variable that will be needed almost everywhere in the code in the stem. Because whenever we add to carts, we need to get the cart code. Whenever we try to update a cart item, whenever we want to fetch the items from the cart, we need this cart code, and it's likely to be a global variable. So this is where the context API comes in. With the context API, we can easily get any state or any variable from where it was declared. With the context API, we don't need to be doing prop drilling. You get. So with context API, we can declare global variables, global states that will be needed in F that can be used in all components comfortably without having to do any form of prop drilling. Hope you understand. So right now we're going to create our context API to declare this, to create this global variable called cat code. Remember, instead, because our cat code will be coming from the front end. You get. So and we are going to make sure that our cat code is unique. You understand? So we are going to have a function that will help us generate 10 random characters that will represent the cat code. And we are going to store this cat code in the browser's local storage. Why do I say that? Because we want to enable anonymous users add items to carts. So we are going to store this cart code. This cart code is going to be like an identifier of each cart, of each user's carts. Understand? So just follow me on how I'm going to do this now. So right now we are going to create our context API. Our context API is going to enable us declare global variables, right? So back here, I'm going to add a new folder called context. I'm going to say context. And inside of context, I'm going to create a new file called cat context. New file cat context.txx. Right. So now, we've got our cat context file now. So I'm going to declare a function. I'm going to say function should be equal to. I'm going to call it cat provider. Right. And it's going to accept it. It's going to be expecting the children prop, which is going to be of type. I'm going to say children. They're going to say, and it's going to be of type React node. Right. And now, so this is what we need to do, if I'm correct. Up here, we're going to say const cat context should be equal to cat context should be equal to create context. Hope I'm spelling properly. Create context, and then by default the value is going to be null by default. So now we've got our cat context now. So what's the next step now? So right now is the cat code, you understand? So inside here I want to say const cat code, and I'll say set cat code. So by default the value is going to be an empty string. I'm going to say use states, an empty string. So I'm going to check what I did over to in my Shopits code. I want to be fast now. I don't want to waste time. So we're going to just copy what we did here and then we'll move on. So the cat code the cat code is null by default. I'm going to explain what was going on. It's going to be null by default, right? So right now we're going to declare a function in the lib folder in the utils.py. Utils.py. This function will enable us to generate random 10 characters. And here's a function over here. I have it over to my lib folder, over to here, and then it's called utils.py. So I'm going to copy the function from the Shopits code. Remember I wrote this code, so to make things faster, I can just do some copying and pasting, so you don't have to sleep here. So this, yeah, here's a function now. Copy it, and then over to tools.py. We'll paste it here. Paste it here. So now this function enables us to generate random 10 characters that includes alphabet and numbers. How this function does generate random string. So now that we have this function, what's the next thing? Let's see what we should. Let me see what I did here next. So what's the next thing now? So right now we're gonna do this now. So right now I want to give this card code a value. I tell you that this card code, you understand, this is gonna be a unique identifier for our cards. And it's gonna enable us. It's gonna enable anonymous users add items to cards. So right now, this was not happen whenever this was not happen whenever our project gets rendered. Whenever we have the site, our project rendered, want to do something. So whenever we have the site displayed, our website, something is going to happen, and this is it here. So we are going to do this now. We are going to use effect hook, use effect. So whenever our site renders, we're going to check the browser's local storage. So I'm going to explain that to you step by step. So we're going to just say let's code equal to, we're going to declare a variable called code. Let's code equal to local storage dot get item. It's called get item, right? Get item cards code. So we are checking right now. We are trying to check the local storage to see if there's an item there called cards code. So if there is none, I'm going to say if not code. So we're going to say if not code, then we're going to say code should be equal to generate random string. It's called generates. Expect it to show up, but it's not coming up. Let me just copy the file, generate random string, copy the function, and then paste it here. I don't like, what's this? Just copy this, Ctrl C, and then paste it. Oh no, should be equal to generate random string. Then we're going to then say, so if the local storage does not have the item called cards code, then what are we going to do? If there is no cards code in local storage, we're then going to assign this code we have here to this function. This function is going to return 10 random characters, right? And then we are going to then go over to local storage now. So we're going to say local storage dot set item. We are going to say cards code should be equal to code, right? This is what we are going to do now. And once we've done this now, we can then update the value of our cards code. This card code we have up here from null to code, right? From null to the value of code up here. So right now we now have a value for the cards code. In this time, we now have a value for this cards code. You get. We have to give this card code. We have to state the type of card code. We have to state the type in this time, because over here we say that card code is a null value, and right now we are giving card code a value which is a string. So we have to be clear. We have to let TypeScript know what's going on. So over here we're going to say card code is going to be of type string and null, or null, not and, or null, right? So with this now, I think TypeScript should be happy. Let me delete that guy. Understand? So you can see now the sign is gone. So right now what we are doing now is this. Now we are simply trying to generate a random value for the state called cat code. You understand? So how we are trying to do, and with this cat code is going to be it's going to help us be the unique identifier for the cats, and to enable anonymous users add items to carts. So right now I want to have another function. Now this function is going to be called, we're going to have another function that's going to say function should be, it's going to clear, it's going to say function should help us clear the cat code. It's going to say function clear cat code. So whenever a user makes payments, we're going to clear the cat code, you get. So function clear cat code now. So this function is going to simply help us. First thing first, it's going to help us do this. I'm going to say local storage dot remove item cat code, and it's also going to set cat code back to null. I'm going to say set cat code to null, right? So now we've got that already. That's fine. So one more thing again, we want to have another state called cart items count. Number of items in your, you want to know what wants to be able to track the number of items in a given cart, and this value is going to be a global state. I'm going to say const. I'm going to call it cart items, then cart items counts. That's split well. Cart items counts. I'm going to say set cart items counts, right? It's going to be equal to use state. Default, the value is going to be 0 by default, right? So now we've got this. Now we've got this already. So what's the next thing now? So right now I need all these values to be. I need them to be what? I need them to be global, to be accessible globally. So I'm going to pass all this now over here. I'm going to come over here and say, I'm going to say return. I'm going to then return now. I'm going to say cat. It's going to be called cat context.provider. Control C. Cat context.provider. So it's going to have the value. It's going to have the value prop, which is going to point. So right now I want to pass in the cat code, the cat items count, the set cat items count. These three. So copy this. Cat code will come in here. The cat item counts will also come in. Cat items counts. Right. We're going to also have the set cat items counts will also be there. Also, this clear cat code is, we are also going to have clear cat code. Clear cat code. So now we've got these 4 values, right? Let me just save it to make it, yeah. So we've got them now. So on inside of the context provider, cat context provider, we are then going to pass in the children, right? The children. So yeah. So right now we have to give this a. We have to give this cat's context its prop. Now I'm going to come over here and say interface cats context prop. Then right now we have the cat code. The cat code is, we're going to have the cat code here, and it's going to be either a string value or null, right? Then we're going to have what after the cat code, we have the cat items count. This is a number of type number, and then we have the set cat items count. Set cat items count. Hope I spelled that right. That's going to be a function, right? It's going to be a function that returns void, that returns nothing, right? And lastly, we're going to have this clear cat code, which is also going to be a function that returns nothing. Right, but this set cat items can is going to be expecting, it's going to have the current value, which is going to be of type number. So whenever I'm trying this set cat items can, this remember this cat items count we have here refers to the number of items we have in the cart, the number of items we have inside the cart. So right now, if I want to update the number of items in the cart, I need to get the current number of items before I can update it to the new value. So that's why I have this current value here. So we have the current number of items, which is this, as of type number, and then we return void, which is nothing. So now I'm going to have this cart context prop now, copy it, and here we're going to declare it here. It's going to be of type or null, right? Null. Then we're going to close it. I don't know why it's keep having this self closing. Let's remove that. So this should work. Yep. So now we've gotten our cart context done. But one more thing, we have to export this cart provider. It has to be exportable. I'm going to say export. Right. And one more thing. So right now we're going to create a custom hook. we're gonna call it use cards. Why we're gonna say const use let's just say function use cards. We're gonna say const context should be equal to use context. Then we're going to pass in the cat context we declared up here. It's called cat context. Pass this in. Then we'll say if we're going to say if not context. So we're going to throw a new error. Throw new error. Then I'll paste this error message. It says use cat must be used within a cat provider, right? If then we're going to return the context, right? Then we'll say return context. Yep. So now so I'm gonna export this too. I'm gonna say export. So now this is gonna be our custom hook called use card. So we are gonna be able to get all these values, the card code, the card items count with the help of these use cards. Now we have our card context done. So what's the next thing? What's the next thing for us to do? So we have go over to your layout.txs file, over to your app folder, the layout.txx. So we're going to wrap the entirety of this inside of the cart provider. So I'm going to come over here now. I'm going to say cart provider. So and then wrap up down to the footer, paste it. So now yes, we've gotten this now. That's good. So now we can proceed to adding our items to carts. You understand? So if you go down to the browser now, I want to show you something. Over to the browser. Okay, so one more thing I forgot to add. So back here, remember this is a client component because we've used some React hooks here on this component. So this has to be a client component, right? So up here, we're gonna add the use client directive. It's called use client. So very, very important. Use clients. So we've got that up there. That's perfect. So back to your code now. Yeah, so let me inspect the page. So over to the storage where we have our local storage. Now we already have the cards code. That's because the page has already rendered. You get. So I'm going to remember. You can see now we have the cards code now on the local storage cards code. That's because the page already rendered. Remember when we had that error and the page rendered now, we had the cards code stored here, and this card code is going to be our cards. It's going to be the cards code for our cards. Whenever we are trying to add an item to the cards, we are going to check if we have this card code in the local storage. If it is there, we are going to then get the card code, and it's going to serve as the card code we want to send to the backend. Understand? So we've got our cards code over here now. So that's because the page rendered. Remember, we are using the use effects here. We said there, whenever the page renders, you're going to then set a cart code in the local storage if there is none. Understand? So now we have got our cart code now active. So back to now let's go add items to carts. And where do we add items to carts? It is in this component. It is in this component called product info, and it can be found in your components folder. The components folder now we are gonna in this inside of components folder there's another file. There's another folder called product detail, and then we have the project info components. Yeah, so this is two. Let me just reduce the fonts. Yeah, so now we can then start adding our items to carts over here. So over here I'm going to say function. It's going to be an async function. Async function add to carts, undo add to cart. Let me call it undo add to carts. Right? So first thing first, we're gonna say const form data should be equal to new form data. I'm sure you guys should be familiar with this method. New form data. Then we're going to say we're going to say form data dot set. First one is called cat code. So how do we get our cards code? Remember from here, from the context file, we have the cards code already. You have it here and it have been passed over here. So with the help of this use cards, you can get the card code now. So I just feel the font size is too small, and over here, whenever I increase it becomes too big. Let's just go on. So we're going to get the card code from the use cards, from the use card dive, from the use card hook. So it's called, I'm going to say use cards. So now I have to import it now. So we're going to get our cards, going to say const. It's called card code. You can see now these are the items we passed now. These are the, you can see them, cards code now. So we've got our cards code from, we've got the cards code now from our context API, from the cards context API we created. So I'm going to pass this cards code over here. Right, so you can see now it's still complaining that it's trying to say that cards code is likely to be null. So I'm going to just say if cards code is not null, if it is a string value, if it has a value, we are going to set cards code, else just passing an empty string. Then I'm going to pass a product ID, right? I'm going to say from data dot set. Let's be sure what it is called. Let's be sure what it is called. Over here, we called it product ID. Here it says product ID, right? So back to our product info. It must be that same name there. I'm going to give it, it's going to be of type string. Then remember we already have the products passed here. I'm going to say products.id. This should work. So go to our form data set now. So what's the next step now? Says now let's make our API call. So no, let's call the actions, our add to cart action. So we're gonna say the try. So we're gonna say const response should be equal to await. It's called add to cart action. I'm gonna pass form data to it, right? And then I'm gonna say what are we gonna do next? Then we're gonna just come over here and just say return. Just return the response. Yeah, for the catch block, I will just copy this. Let's copy just to save time. Copy this catch block. So then, whenever we add items to cart, whenever we add an item to cart, we're going to say toast the success. Want to show that notification. I'm going to say toast.success. I'm going to say item added to carts. That's important, right? So I think this should be it. This should be all we need to do. So what else we need? So we have to call this function, right? Undo add to cart. So when do we call the functions? That's not whenever we click on the add to cart button. Here's the button, right? Says we're going to pass it now. We're going to say undo click. Undo click should be equal to undo add to cart. So we have to go over to the button components. So now we have to pass the undo click. It's called undo click. So this prop is going to be of type, remember, it's going to be boolean. It's going to be optional, not boolean, optional. Going to be called undo click. It's going to be a function that returns nothing. So we're going to say on click should be equal to undo click. But there is one more thing before we okay, there's one more thing now. Let's see if this is working first. Let's see to the browser. I'm going to clear out what's wrong here. Let's refresh the page. I'm gonna okay. Our cart is currently empty. There's no cart in the database. No cart there. This is showing some error. It says use cart is on the client. Okay, so I think something is wrong here. Let's see plus info. So this has to be a client component. So because of this use cards, understand? It has to be a client component. I'm gonna say use clients. So I think this should be fine. So to the browser, let's refresh the page. Okay, so let's see if this is working. So click on the button add to cart because it says item added to cart. Item added to cart. So let's go down. Let's see now. Refresh. Perfect. It worked. We have an items in our cart now. We have the cards. We have a cart. New cards created. Let's see if you have a cart item. Cool. Perfect. It's worked now. So there's one more thing now. So you have to add some interactivity. If you click on add to cart, there should be a sign that something is going on. It should say adding to cart, right? There should be a sign. There should be a loader that tells you that an event is taking place. Because sometimes this will take time. You get so you have to make it better. So I'm going to delete this guy because we want to keep on testing this to make sure it's very, very, very interactive. So I'll delete this. We'll come back to it soon. So right now I'm going to add a new state now. Now I'm going to say const. I'm going to say const add to cart. Add to cart loader. It's going to be a loader. And I'm going to say set add to cart. Set add to cart loader. It's going to be use state. It's going to be false by default. The value is going to be false by default. So now over here, so you're going to set the value to true. Just here. So if the API request is successful, if it's successful or if it fails, then there's no problem. I'm going to then stop and we're going to set back add to cart loader back to false, right? So I'm going to come over here and add the finally block, finally. Then we'll set add to cart back to false. So that's it now. So I'm going to get add to cart loader now. Over to our button. Yep, so here now I'm going to say disabled. It's going to be a prop. Disabled should be equal to add to cart. Right, add to cart loader. If you go over to the button, I already have disabled received. Right, so already have it. So because we've used this previously, right? So back to our product info now. So we want to add some other styles now. I'm going to say if disabled, right? We want to give the button an opacity of 50. Opacity of 50. I want to make the button not to be clickable. I'm going to say disabled should be going to say cursor not allowed. Show yourself cursor not allowed. Yep. So now this should work. So now yes, we've done this now. So what's the next thing? And if we are adding to carts, we want to also change this text now. It should be saying, so it should say, we're going to say if add to cart loader, the text should be adding items to carts, right? Adding to carts. Else it should be add to carts, right? So I think this should be fine. So we've got this now. So I think it should be good now. But there's one more thing. When you add an item to your cart, you want to make sure that the button of that product gets disabled. It gets disabled, right? Because you can only add an item to your cart once, and then you can go over to the cart page and then update the quantity. You can increase the cart item quantity. You can decrease it. You can delete the cart item in your cart page. So on this page is just meant for you to just add to cart. Once you add to cart, that button, that add to cart button is meant to remain disabled. In instance, you're not meant to add to cart multiple times on this page. You add to cart on this page once, and go over to your cart page, and then you can go over there to increase the product quantity, the item quantity. You can also delete the cart item if you want to. But right now, so how do we fix that? Let's try this and see if it works now. Click on add to cart. You can see now it says adding to cart. Perfect. Now, right now it says added to cart, right? That's good. But there's one more thing I was saying now. Once you've added to carts, this is meant to remain disabled. You understand? It's meant to say added to cart, you get, and should be disabled. So let's implement that. So you're going to have another state now. I'll copy this. Let's just copy to make things fast. So I'm going to call it added to cart. That's not the name of the state. I'm going to say added to cart. Added to cart. I'm going to call this set added to cart. Added to cart. Right, so then we're going to set the value to true. Set added to cart. Whenever we successfully add an item to cart over here, we're going to say set added to cart. I'm going to say set added to cart to true. And over here, we're going to come down here and also add added to cart. We're going to also add added to cart to this disabled. Right, it's going to be called added to cart. Yep. So and right now over here, this text is going to change now to, now we're going to say, what was happening? Okay, I have to add, it should be double. So over here now we're going to say, over here I'm going to say if added to cart is true, then the text that should be returned is added to cart. Added to cart. Else it should be add to cart. Hope you understand. So now that's what it should be now. So let's see the browser now. I'm going to go over to our backend now so we can remove this, refresh the page. Remember, let's leave this cart and start and do it again. So over here, click on add to cart. You can see it's adding to cart. You can see now it says added to cart, right? This has been added to our cart. Perfect. But there's one thing. Once I refresh the page, it goes back to default. If you refresh the page, it returns back to default. That's because we need to persist this now. We need to persist this change with a call to the backend. You understand? So right now it has gone back to default. You understand? So we need to persist this. We need to persist this change. We need to persist this change with a call to the backend. So now over to our documentation. So I think somewhere around here, I think it's called, yeah, this endpoint that says product in cart. So through this endpoint now, we are going to be able to persist this change we have here, so that even if you refresh the page, the button will remain disabled and the text is going to say added to cart. So now let's implement that quickly. So right now it's time for us to persist the change. So this added to cart, you have to persist the change right away. So how do we do that? So we're going to have a use effect here. Use effects. I'm going to say use effects. Right, use effects. Right, so in this use effects now we're going to have a function. So let's import use effects. Click on it, hold down Control and period. Update import from React. So in this use effect now we're going to do this. We're going to have a function. We're going to say async function. We're going to call it handle added to cart. Yep, so I'm going to call it this now. We're going to it's going to be in a try. We're going to say we're going to use a try block. We're going to say const response should be equal to API dot get. Right, so and there's the endpoints here. It's called products in carts. I'll just use this as a guide. Just copy this. So previously I will define the endpoint, the function in the API.txt file. So I don't want to do that now. I want to just save time as fast as I can. So it's called endpoint is called products in cart. So this cart code is going to be pointing down to the cart code we have up here, right? So we're going to have a dynamic value called cart code. And this products we have here is going to point out to the product ID. Understand? So over here, we're going to change this to products.id, products.id. So we've got those ones ready now. So we're going to return a response. I'm going to say return response. I'm going to say return response dot data. Before we return the response, we have to update the value of this set added to cart. Right, so we're going to come over here, paste that here. I'm going to say response dot data dot, so the many one, so it's going to be dot product in cart, this key product in cart, right? So response of data refers to this entire object. That what response of data refers to the entire object. That's what it refers to. So right now I want to get the value of this key called product in cart, which is going to be true, right? Could be either true or false, right? So I'm gonna say response of data dot product in carts. So this has to be a rates API, right? So we are gonna have the catch block. So I think I'll just copy the catch block from somewhere quickly. Just copy this back here. Yep, so we've got this now. Undo added to catch. So we have to call this function to be called just here. And we have to pass some dependent, we have to pass the cart code and the product ID as dependencies for this use effect. It's called cart code and the products.id. So we've got this already. So what are we trying to do now? We're trying to do that whenever the page gets rendered, we are going to check if that product has been added to the cart. If it has been added, we want to make sure that that button remains disabled and the text should say added to cart. That's what we are trying to do. So we are trying to persist the change. That's what we are trying to persist it, because right now we right here we changed it. Right here we are simply updating it. We are simply updating the value over here. You understand? On line 52. But this is temporary because if you refresh the page, it returns back to default. But with this now, if you refresh the page, the value stays. Understand? Because it's having persisted to the backend, having persisted to the backend. So the value stays, right? So that's what is happening now. So let's try again now to the browser. We come back here, we're going to refresh the page. Let's see if we have any cards here. We're going to delete this, delete the card, delete selected cards. Yes. So back here, and I hope there won't be any error. Let's just hope it works. Okay, now so right now let's add to cart again. Add to cart. You can see it says adding. Right now it says added to cart, right? So now let's refresh the page to see if it's gonna remain the way it is. And hopefully it does. Let's see. Now you see it says added to cart, right? So now right now we can't add this item again. It has been added to the cart, so you can always go over to the cart page to update the cart item quantity, or you can delete the cart item from the cart if you want to. But currently the cart page has not yet been done. We are getting there soon. So right now we've done this nice. This is perfect. You get, so if I go out to another product now, let's check out a different product. So now if we add this to cart, let's see, add to cart, it's adding to carts. So let's wait for it. Now it's been added to our cart. If you refresh the page, refresh it, this should remain the same. right? So what's next? So the next thing we want to work on now is that whenever we add an item to cart, we want to simply show the updates up here. As you add items to cart, I want to make sure this keep getting updated, because what we have here is a dummy value. So let's go make it dynamic. So let's go back to our code now and let's fix that. So right now let's update this number we have here. Whenever we had an item to cart, we want to have this number up here updated. So let me show back to our code now. So over to our context, cart context now. So this is the variable. This is the right now. This cart items count. This is the value that represents the number of items you have in the cart. So currently the value is 0 by default, right? So now over to the nav bar. Let's close some of these guys that we don't need. Over to our nav bar, which we have here's nav bar. And the nav bar, yep, we have the nav items. So over to the nav items, that's where we have that's where we have the cart icon. And here it says. So now let's get the cart items count from our use cart. That's what it's called, use cart, right? So over here, I'm gonna say use cart. This is our custom hook. Use cart now. So I'm gonna say const. Yeah, I'm gonna say const. I'm gonna call this cart items counts. Cart items counts. Yep, so this cart items count now, you're gonna have it over here. You're gonna have it over here. But one thing is this, now I'm going to add a condition that says if cart items count is equal to 0, don't bother showing that. Don't bother showing this small icon, this small circle. Don't show it at all. So I'm going to say if cart items. So if cart items count, if it is equal to 0, just ignore it's going to ignore the right side. So that's it. Now we're going to pass the cart items counts here. Replace this 3 with it. Okay, so I think this should be. Let's see if it works. Yeah, it's gone now. That's because cart items is currently 0. And if you check here, you will check what we have in the cart context. It is currently 0. So now what was the next thing to do now? So whenever we add an item to cart, we want to simply update the number of items you have in the cart. I want to update it, right? So we are going to get this set cart items count over to the product info component over here. We're going to pass the set cart items count. Remember, it's coming from the use cart hook. So over here we'll pass it here. So we should be 1 comma. So it's called set items count, right? So right now I want to increase the value by 1. Understand? Whenever we had an item to cart, increase the value by 1. Understand? So that should be here. Over here, we're going to just come over here and say we're going to get the current value. We're going to get the current value of the set items count, which is going to be, we're going to call this current. It can be called whatever name you like, but you understand, it's going to be called current. I'm going to say current plus 1. Plus 1. So whenever we add an item to carts, we're going to have this the current value of the cart items count increased by 1, incremented by 1. So now, yeah, this is what we have to do now. Then we're going to get the current value of the cart items count, and then we're going to increase it by 1. Right, so over here, I have to change this. I have to change right now this type. I changed it because this is the right way to write the type. This is the right way. It's called react.dispatch. Then react.set state action number. This is how we do. This is how we write the type. So this is the correct type, not what I did previously. So back here now, this should increase the value. Whenever we add an item to cart, the value should get incremented by 1. Right, that's how it's meant to be. So I'm going to clear what we have in the database. Let's clear it up. So this is the cart. Now this cart has some cart items in it. So let's just delete it and let's go again. So you see it adds 2 items in the cart. So back here, if you refresh the page now, this should now become normal because we don't even have a cart, so it should become normal. Let's refresh the page. Come on, don't take my time. So now I can see it's back now. So if you click, let's try. Click on the button again. We are meant to have this. This is meant to be incremented. The number of items in the cart currently it is 0. We should have the number of cart items getting updated. Right? Click on add to carts. You can see now. Remove this now. You can see we have one there. Open. Let's open. Let's try a different product. Now if you add to carts, it gets to 2, right? You can see it keeps going up, it keeps increasing, right? But there is one more thing now. If I refresh the page, this goes back to 0. It goes back to 0. Let's try that. Refresh. Just reload the page now. You see it's going to return back to 0. And it's back to 0, right? So now what should we do? Remember, I've done this several times. Back here, back to the context, cat context. Remember, we have to simply, let me make this bigger. We have to simply persist these states with a call to the backend. So let's work on that quickly. Okay, so right now let's persist this. Let's persist the change. Back to our code now. We are going to do this in the context, cat context. Let's do this here. We are here already. We're gonna have another use effect, right? So just up here, write another use effect. Let's say use effect. Then I'm gonna have the so let's follow me as I do this. So in this use effect, we're gonna have a function, an asynchronous function. I just say async function get cat item count, get cat items count. Right, so we're gonna have a try catch. So I'm going to say const response should be equal to await API.get. So here's the endpoint you want to consume over here. It's called get cat stats, and we have to pass the cat code as a query params, right? It's get cat stats, copy it, get cat stats. And I have to pass the cat underscore code as query params, and the cat code is equal to cat code, right? So we've got this now. Why is this saying this? So you cannot find name API. Just click on this and hold down control and period. Add the imports. So now we're going to simply just return the response. Return response the data. Return response of data. Okay, as for the catch now, as for the what's it called? As for the catch block, I'll just simply copy the code. I don't want to keep typing this. I'll find a way to make this. Okay, let's copy the catch block back to our context. We'll paste it here. Just save your work. So now get cat, let's call the function, call it here. So right now this is asking for the cat code as a dependency. It's called cat code. Right, so I think this should be fine. So now I want to see what the value of this response of data is going to be. So to the browser, actually, let's just console it. I'm going to say console.log. Console.log. I'll just say cat stats, cat underscore stats. I have my reasons for doing it like that. So I'm going to say response.data. I want to see what the object looks like instead. So back here, over here, refresh. What's happening? So we are back, inspect, go down to console. Do we have anything like that? You can see says you have the cat stats here. Here it is. Let's open it and see. So it returns an object now, and what we need is this num of items. This is the property we want to access. Num of items, right? So I'm going to come over here now and say, just here, I'm going to just come over here and say set cart count, set cart items count to response dot data dot num underscore of underscore items. So let's see. I think I called it properly. Num of items. So now back here, the page has finished reloading now. Click on this hamburger. You can see we have three there, right? Perfect, isn't it? Come back to the full page. You can see we have three now. So if I go over here, if I had another right now, let's add a different product to carts. We've got this Gucci purple sweater. So I click on add to carts. Adding to cart. It has been added to our cart now. Let's wait for this to disappear. And right now you can see it says 4, right? If I refresh the page, it's meant to remain 4. It's meant to still be 4. Oops, let's hope it's. You can see right now it still says 4. We've been able to persist the change with a call to the backend, understand? So right now we're done adding items to carts. So next we're going to work on adding items to add items to our wish list, understand? So we are making huge progress. So see you in the next episode. Okay, so part 2 ends here. We've gone a long way. So see you in part 3.